fourth on the road the whole time. The pace up front with the top 5 guys, I think. I think it was when I got out, it was Christopher, and then Alan, and then Toby and Paul Wheel, then us, and then Tavo right behind me. And then when I gave the truck to Luke, the driver's change at mile 365, one of the mechanics got under the truck and found that the drive shaft had a dent in it. So it was decided to change it, and it just took a little bit longer than expected. And I think it was about 25 minutes to get the drive shaft changed. There was an issue with the U-joints or something on the spare, so it took a little bit to get that figured out. Then I got in my chase truck, and we're headed to mile 600 right now to go get to 600 and get in the Jimco, which Josh Daniels is driving right now with Joey Westhoff riding, and they're doing okay. They've had some struggles too. The truck started breaking limit straps early on in the day, and that ensued in breaking a front coilover shock, which they had to, and I don't even know right now how they've got it fixed, but they're up and running again. They just turned into Matomi Walsh, and everything seems to be okay, but they're down, I would say at least, they're probably down 45 minutes or so, plus or minus 15, probably plus 15.
Yeah, I'm looking at him on the tracker right now. He's about to turn out of Matomi. Looks like he's moving good now, but yeah, that's what I heard too, was that a limit strap had broke and you guys were having issues with breaking the coilovers. So with the drive shaft, with that dent in it, is that kind of a precautionary thing because it throws it out of balance and you guys were afraid you're going to break it, or like what was the make or break on whether you changed it or not?
Well, I jumped out of the truck. Luke got in the truck, and then when they're doing a rear tire change, front tire change, and full fuel, and about midway, I heard one of the mechanics come back up from the truck and tell him the drive shaft has a dent in it. And Luke said, "Well, what do we do?" And the mechanic said, "We need to change it." I didn't. In hindsight, I guess I did feel a little bit more of a vibration than I had most of the day. About 30 miles back. Before I got out, there was a second sand wash. We probably were doing, a little over 100, and I noticed, I recall back on, that's a vibration I hadn't felt. But all the other stuff is so tight and twisty, I was never spinning that much RPM to know that it was a vibration. But it's definitely precautionary. Typically, a drive shaft, in the pit would probably take, 5 to 10 minutes, and it just went wrong. The spare that they tried to put in the truck is, for some reason, I don't know what was wrong, but it wasn't right. So they had to grab another one, and it just barrel rolled into, like I said, I think it was 25 minutes down in the pit, which is a bummer because we're right there in the hunt. And I don't know how it's going now with those 4 guys, how close they are together. But I can tell you that I think, in my opinion, we were all kind of taking, who knows who was winning really from mile 0 between the top 4 or 5 guys, but it seems like it was a great race. Is it still that way? Like with the 94, the 1, the 46, and the 21?
Yeah, so first of all, you were doing a great job. There was actually a couple points where I was showing you in first on adjusted. So you were driving excellent, and I was really bummed to see that happen with the extended pit that you guys had. But yeah, right now we've got a battle between Bryce and Pudia, Tavo and Toby, and they are within 4 minutes of each other on adjusted time. And I mean, no one has changed physical track position at all. Everyone's just been holding where they're at. It's just been a matter of the gap between each other. So those 4 are there. It does look like Luke is kind of lurking back there. You guys are sitting 5th, so it's just, I don't think all 4 trucks in front of you are going to have a problem. But you might be able to sneak in there and get a podium, especially if those 4 push each other so hard that maybe 1 or 2 of them drop out.
Yeah, and in the race, it's a long race. And when Luke, obviously, I'm sure when he heard we had to change the drive shaft, and he said, the mechanic said to him, goes, "What do you think we should do?" And the mechanic said, "I think we should change it." And then he said, "Change it." So right then his heart sank. But also, I told him it's a long ways to go, and the pace was fast, and as fast as the pace was this morning, I think any of these trucks could break. And he said, "Is it too fast?" And I go, "Yeah, I think it was." So we will see. But yeah, I think Luke's hungry. If you recall, in 2023, Luke was down 14 minutes to the Menzies Tavo Andy McMillan truck with about 100 miles to go, and we only lost by 78 seconds. So I think Luke's going to send it. It's all or nothing. His whole world and the whole year revolves around trying to win a Baja 1000. So I think he's going to go for it. I know he did a lot of homework down here pre-running. Both Robbie Gordon and Dan McMillan were in front of him, and if he's got by those guys, then I know he's making time, and I know he's going to push hard. So you never know. It's not over till it's over, right?
Yeah, he's gapping out Max, who's in Max and Robbie, but Max is driving, and then Dan, he's gapping those guys out, and it does almost look to me like he might be gaining a little ground on that 4-pack.
Yeah.
So while we were talking here, my buddy Craig Christie just messaged, and he said he gave the Jimco guys the shocks off of his pre-runner. So that would explain how they got the shocks fixed. So you might owe Craig Christie a beer at the end of this when it's all over.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, I think they borrowed a shock from someone to get it back on there and get it going. So that's good. I know they've been borrowing droop straps from the Wilsons. So they borrowed some from a few other people. So it's all good news. Off-road racing is a big, huge family, and everybody wants to help each other out. This is definitely one of the roughest loop Baja 1000 races. A lot of the course is the same as last year. And so a lot of the whoops down here in San Felipe, I pre-ran the whole course. I've been down pre-running. Thursday was my 15th day pre-running. Went around the whole course at least 2 times, but some of it 4 and 5 times. So I can tell you it's definitely a rough race, and I haven't paid attention to the weather yet, but as I left the start line this morning, I expected to hit rain, around Valley to Trinidad into Ensenada, and I'm understanding, and I haven't heard it officially, but maybe they're calling the timing at Rancho Nelson now. Is that true? Or?
Yeah, so the finish got moved to Rancho Nelson. We've been monitoring the weather. It does look like there's going to be rain. Once you go up San Matias, I think it's going to get wet up there.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen like torrential downpours, but definitely they're getting some rain. And but there's still a lot of time until you guys get up there, so you'll need to monitor that and be ready for rain. I know. So you're getting in at race mile 600, like just past Tres Pozos by El Chinero, right?
Yeah, right there at the Highway 3 road crossing.
Yep.
That's our Baja Fools Pit 4, Jimco. I'll get in there and then take it into the finish. I think it's about mile 600.
Yep. Okay. Sounds good, man. Well, thank you for calling in. Good talking to you, and appreciate the update. Good luck to both of your teams, and I think it might take a miracle to get both of them on the podium, but you might be able to. Luke might sneak that thing onto the podium or get in there on the mix. So he's definitely making a run at it. So good luck to you guys, and we'll see you at the finish line.
Right on. Thank you, guys. Appreciate everything.
All right. Thanks, Rob.
Yep. Take care.
It's amazing to hear that somebody with such experience and just an incredible resume is like, I'm going to pre-run this twice. This guy this is back. Like, he knows this course, every back channel you could think of. And here's somebody with 40 plus years of experience saying, I'm 15 days into pre-run. I did it twice. It's very, very impressive and honorable.
He's absolutely incredible. He's so devoted to his craft. We were talking about it before. I think maybe you were on lunch break there, and just being around him in short course and having spent some time and watch how dedicated he was there, and he brings that same level of dedication out here. It's his entire life. I mean, he goes to bed sleeping about it. He wakes up thinking about it, trying to devise, a better way to build the mousetrap, if you will, or a better way to get through the course. And he spends every moment he can is dedicated to this, and I think that's proof of it right there. 2 weeks down here, pre-running.
Yeah.
It's important to note that one thing is that this is how Baja changes. From race to race, it is drastically different. So even with the experience and the knowledge base that he has, you still have to go pre-run. You have to put in the work because it's not going to be the same from last race.
And that's an experienced decision made by an experienced driver that knows that you've got to put in that kind of work.
Correct.
He's got the Baja IQ. He's definitely got the 10,000 hours put in.
And one thing I was going to ask him, if we did ask him a question, was he said there's some pretty colorful radio communication between him and Amber. So we've not heard any of that, so you're safe there, Rob.
Yeah.
He said some of the open mic stuff, because we can pretty much hear everything they're saying, can get pretty colorful. And talk about somebody who's dedicated. I mean, Amber's definitely dedicated, and she's not afraid to get after him, of course, team manager and life partner as well. So that would be fun to listen to for a little bit, but Rob probably doesn't want it out there. So.
Yeah. That's a whole other show.
Back on Alan.
All right, here we go. Back to Alan and Pudia. Something flopping around there.
This will be camera number 2. This is not the same camera angle from before. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that almost looks like a microphone.
What do we got? Yeah, what is this?
Is he holding on to a microphone? Like a radio?
I can't see with the...
I can't see if that's his hand,
that
but that
bottom
was
third.
something like
Is he
comms.
holding something? Yeah, it looks like
I mean, it looks like he's holding it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it must have come loose,
Something
flying around
popped,
and smack him in the head or something.
Yep, there we go.
While we're watching this, I just got an update from the RPI team with Cody Reed, and they broke a transmission. So our Class 1 leader is no longer a Class 1 leader. They said they're working on fixing it. They're going to try to finish, but that's disappointing news for the Cody Reed team.
So I wonder if his push to talk button failed and he has to hold the radio and push the button on the radio. No, it looks like the radio just came loose. So he's trying to put it back up in the mount now.
All right. Back to Bryce Menzies.
Who's been absolutely ripping.
Yep. Yeah, look at our
Alan,
times now in the upper left.
Alan seems to be gaining on him slightly.
Yeah.
These last 12, 13 minutes, Alan gained what, 20 seconds or so roughly?
Yeah, he's still in it.
And listening to Rob talk about how hard they were pushing, I wonder if somebody relays to Bryce, hey man, you're slowly driving away from these guys.
Yeah.
Maybe he thinks, okay, let's pull it back a little bit, get into a comfort zone here, or maybe it's the terrain that he's in, but or maybe Alan's just catching him. Who knows?
So we're watching Alan here. He's right about to where they get to the Sportsman cutoff. They've come up Diablo Dry Lake Bed, which that's one of the fastest sections of the whole course. He's going to be making a right-hand turn here in just a second and then go on to the Powerline Road. Should be any second he hops onto that. Bryce is already on that. Earlier in the day, we spoke with Mark Burnett, and he was talking about around 580, how there was this really bad silty uphill. They're getting fairly close to that.
Yeah.
So they're going to go
they are.
down this Powerline Road for just a little bit. They'll get to Las Manitas Wash. And then, so here's where Alan should be making a right onto the Powerline Road. There you go, right there. And so they're going to go through Las Manitas Wash, and then as they're crossing over through this little mountain range, there's a really technical section that is tore up, and it'll be fun to watch them go through there as they're getting their way over to Borrego Wash. And they're probably 10 minutes or so from that area.
See Max Gordon now
This is
behind
the
the
twin
wheel.
engine?
Yes. Yep. So nice to see that truck is still moving. They've certainly had their challenges over the season, but so far so good.
Currently in 6th, is that what I'm saying?
Yes. Just in time.
At qualifying, I was talking to Rick Geiser, who built that truck. And this is such a unique trophy truck. It's the only one of its kind out there where you have 2 engines. Jason, I mean, you could probably explain this more, but basically Rick was telling me that the 2 motors don't talk to each other, and you need to find the right balance between how much power you're sending to the front wheel drive and the rear wheel drive so that the truck works properly. And they had been working on that and testing, I think kind of toning down how much power they're sending to the front end. Because I think at the Baja 400, Max and Robbie had that thing cranked up, and they ended up basically ripping the front end apart on the truck.
Let me see.
Luke McMillan in the pits.
Yep. And he's
good
off.
to go.
What was your fuel remaining?
A decent pit stop there. Wasn't there very long.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously we came in the middle of it, or towards the end of it, I'd say, but
Seemed pretty fluid.
yeah, seemed standard, status quo.
And that kind of looked like Morelia. Yeah, that was Morelia Junction right there. So, I mean, Luke's a ways behind. He's in Morelia Junction, and our leaders are in Las Manitas Wash. So he's still got to get to Diablo, go up Diablo. He's got a lot of ground to try to make up here.
Great telemetry on here as well.
Yep. We're sort of seeing down the lower right, the brake and the
Yeah, left and right foot.
left, right,
left
pedal
for sure.
Right,
Well, and is he this close to Toby that he's in his dust like that?
It's definitely
Sure seems like it. Unless that's some sea layer coming in.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure that our tracker is correct, but according to Racing Redefined, I'm showing Alan ahead of Bryce right now.
Oh, really?
So this might be a new development. I don't know if maybe Bryce got a flat or something, but on the tracker, I'm showing Impudia ahead.
Physically ahead.
Yeah, and well, so there's a question mark on it though, so I don't know that I totally trust this. Maybe if we go to a shot in car with Impudia, can we see dust ahead of him?
I almost feel like the lens on the 21 truck
so
is
what I'm
dirty as
hearing
well.
is that Bryce's tracker's down, and I think the fact we're seeing dust in front of Alan would confirm that. So,
and I've just found the SCORE tracker has got 96 truck out front.
Okay.
Followed by Tavo, then Alan.
Gotcha. Yeah,
94.
on Racer Redefined, I think Bryce's tracker's down.
Yeah, their onboard was struggling too. You know, not for nothing, but it just makes me think. You were talking about the alternator there, and a couple of electronics are kind of struggling there. Well, although the onboard is separate, there's no power attachment to the truck, right? Carries its own power supply, battery.
On Bryce's system,
Yeah.
I would assume there's going to be some because you have the Starlinks and everything that were running through the truck. So, but the score is showing different on the SCORE website too. I mean, it's showing 94, 46, 21, 1.
That's what I
Definitely
see.
not
Well,
what we're seeing here.
Yeah, that's what I see.
But that's because Impudia hasn't updated for
Hasn't
8
pinged.
minutes.
Yeah.
And that does happen.
Yeah, even though the trackers are telling us different, my eyeballs are telling me that it's status quo out there.
Yeah. Yeah, Alan hasn't refreshed in 8 minutes. So Tavo still in the hunt. His team, 21 truck.
So I got word from Chip Pulvarde just saying, I guess the Racer Redefined is run off of a lithium battery, and they're having issues with it holding a charge. So I think they shut it off for a little bit to let it charge back up, and then they're gonna turn it back on.
So that's what I know. Like some of the stuff that I saw, it has its own power feed, so it doesn't have to pull off of the truck. To do any of that. I mean, I don't think it draws a bunch, but they don't want any more than they have to, especially at nighttime when they're running all this. Although
this does kind of make me a little more concerned about the voltage that we were seeing on the on that Motec there.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of tying it into, but he's saying it's a completely different system, so if that's the case, it shouldn't affect it. It's too bad we lost that. If we could get that on board, we could see if it's still sitting at 12.4, then it's clearly not an issue.
Right.
Harley ripping out here.
Yeah.
And Kevin Thompson's truck, of course, lead mechanic on this one as well. Super talented guy, great driver.
Yeah, so from what I've been told, it's cycling on and off due to low power issues. So they've got the battery charging back, but that puts a big question mark in my head.
Yeah, what's charging that battery, right?
Yeah. I definitely think it's something to just kind of monitor. If they come back up, I'm really curious what that voltage reads.
I believe Steve Covey, second navigator there with Harley Lettner, and Justin Davis was killing it before, but that's
unfortunate.
Checking oil levels.
I believe he was second, right behind Brent Fox, if I remember correctly.
I'm guessing engine oil level. He's certainly not checking transmission back here, right?
Yeah, that's a spec truck too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hood's gone.
Yeah,
speaking of alternators, two of them sitting right there, it looks like.
Looking at the score tracker, Brent Fox now, that's given him a little bit of a gap. Looks like they're sitting like at Old Puertecitas. Yeah, I'm going to say that's Old Puertecitas Road.
The hood completely gone, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Lost that a while ago.
So he's going to go down here, and then he'll make a left and head towards up Chinate. Problem he has is Brent Fox is already over halfway up, heading towards Chinate.
Little whoop section.
And amazing how the view changes with the hood gone, right? I mean, watching all that motion.
And so, this is great because we've got Justin Davis, and then Harley is now closing on him. So he's got his hands full because he's gonna have Harley Lettner breathing down the back of that truck, as well as the 1L is right back there too. So you got two Masons that are right behind Justin in that spec truck. So they're gonna have horsepower as well as all-wheel drive on them. So those guys might end up overtaking Justin.
And ironically enough, the light packets for Justin Davis, kind of like Alan Ampudia and Harley Lettner over there with the 70 truck.
Yeah.
More like the 94 truck.
Like the amber. It's got the amber lights going.
Also, just ahead of Justin Davis, you've got Sam Baldy. So this is right in this area here. You've got the battle for trophy spec and trophy two-wheel drive. And right now, Brent Fox is ahead of Baldy, so he would be our first two-wheel drive trophy truck in a trophy spec.
Little fire out there.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yep.
Great spectating spot.
Yeah. Yep. They'll be camping there all night.
Ripping by the light poles.
It's a great stretch to just put the hammer down. That's just what Justin's doing.
Yeah, see, this is where the camera does not do justice. It can't be that bad. You're seeing that white out come up a
Yeah.
little bit.
Right.
It's definitely not that bad in real
Yeah.
life.
Okay.
He's ripping, no question.
He's ripping. Well, we are at the 8 p.m. mark, and my duties are going to be turning into a pumpkin soon, and I will be moving the proverbial steering wheel over to Mr. Ken Stout here, and Jason Hurd and Wes
leaving
and
us, man?
more crew. Well, not in my heart, Ken. Not in my heart. But I do want to take a moment to acknowledge our incredible crew here at SCORE. It's been an amazing season. It's been a true gift to be a part of this production. So in a little bit, we will move to a commercial break. But I just want to say, guys, fantastic job. This broadcast will be continuing into the wee hours of the morning, not to quote Frank Sinatra. But yeah, it's been amazing. So when in doubt, send it. That's my tagline. And, you know, hopefully I will see you guys at the San Felipe in 250. But thank you so much. And we'll head to a commercial break here in just a little bit, folks. More of the Baja 1000 coming up.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Best views are earned. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
I guess we're bringing this thing home, baby. And we welcome you back to the BFGoodrich Tires 58th SCORE Baja 1000, all part of the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship. As we are getting deep into this race, our leaders with about 250 miles to go or so, and we go on board here with Thor Herbst inside of the spec category. Almost looked like that boulder wash that Wes was talking about before, but one of those gnarly areas there. Mm-hmm. Tight, loaded with rocks. Got to take care of the truck.
Now on the Fox.
And we welcome you to the booth here once again, the studios for SCORE. Wonderful place here, by the way. Thanks to everybody, the entire production staff. It is massive, obviously, in country here as well. It's a big, beautiful studio here, and all the gang upstairs making it happen as well. Thanks for all their support. The entire staff with SCORE, of course, as well. It's been a great race here so far. I'm Ken Stout, Jason Hurd sitting right alongside. So it's been a really good race, especially for the leaders. Uneventful for the most part, which is what you want. But 250 miles to go, the most critical 250 miles at nighttime. We're still expecting possible some weather rolling in or some sea layer, whatever it may be. But those are all the obstacles that are going to make the difference here at the end.
Yeah, at this point, it's almost like they're racing against each other's mistakes because all of them are doing pretty flawless right now. So right now, they're still close. It's just like it has been all day. Nothing real serious mechanical, normal stuff here or there, but the top guys are they're on point.
We saw some of the battle that was going on there in the spec category. It has also been very tight. Really good racing going on there as well. Justin Davis, what it looked like, had a bit of an issue. They were checking oil levels, we believe anyways. At least they had the dipstick out. So they pulled away soon thereafter. So I wonder if it was just a precautionary thing or something that they check when they're making a pit stop. But nonetheless, they were doing that a little bit early on, and he had a great run going. Of course, he has a great season going, leading in the points with 1 win and 2 second-place finishes.
And that stop did allow Fox to gain a little bit more on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of Justin Davis, we also documented that he lost a hood a while ago. As we go back on with Brent Fox out of Highland, Utah, the 19 Industries car. Wix transmission inside of that one. Qualified 3rd. Comes in here 10th in the points. Was 2nd in the points 1 year ago, 2024. So very, very capable, of course. Seventh in the 1,000, and the 400, I should say, and was 3rd at the 500, 11th overall to earn that second place points finish in 2024. Was 5th at the 400 here this year. Truck looks great though. Sounds great.
Very clean. He just needs to maintain this, and he's going to bring it home just fine.
Luke McMillan down there on the split screen as the Corsa Trophy Truck Unlimited. And as we heard Rob McCachran say a little bit earlier, had to change the drive shaft inside of that one when Rob was getting out at the 365 mark. If you missed that, it did have a dent in it, and Rob said he did feel a vibration at high speed. And you know all too well that will turn into a disaster if you leave it in there. So despite the disappointment, probably the wise call.
Yeah, that can go bad real quickly. And even he was saying that it was still kind of questionable almost. And it was like, well, at this point, you got to change that. You don't want to risk that another few miles in. Who knows, you know?
But when the truck is still running, it becomes questionable. But whenever you go another 300 miles down the road and it breaks and it destroys everything underneath it, then it would have been the wrong call. I think personally it probably with as far as they had to go, that was at the 365 mark. I think you had to change that.
And he said that it was, one of the guys in the pits, a mechanic, said that he saw a dent. And I can tell you that if you can see a dent from just leaning under the truck real quick, that's definitely going to be a serious dent. That's not like a small dent.
Yeah, and it does change the balance of those drive shafts, which is critical.
Alan is still on pace.
And Alan Ironmanning this thing. I mean, he's been in the truck since the start and has done an incredibly good job. At times leading, at times behind the 94 truck. Bryce getting in is a good bit fresher, but you would never know it based on time. I mean, Alan is hung right there.
And if he just climbs a little bit more, he can still win this thing on corrected time.
Yeah, really good point. He qualified second and currently behind the 94 truck, which qualified first. So, yeah, that 151 is not a big spread.
Correct. So he could tighten that up a little bit in these next few hundred miles and be fine. This is the stuff I love. Like, look at this. Just completely running through the desert, middle of nowhere. Just letting that truck work.
Yeah, no telemetry there, but I feel like that's the better part of 70, 80 miles an hour. Maybe more.
Yeah, it sounded like he came from 3rd to 4th gear.
Now, Jr., I mean, talk about talented drivers, one of the absolute best in any discipline he gets in. really taking it easy through here. Brutal little stretch.
And the visibility does not look great.
No, I think dust is going to be hanging for these guys. I've been looking at our UTV leaders, and we got Max Eddy. They just got through the speed zone, so they're heading up Matomi Walsh. And you've got Max Eddy, followed by Caden McCachran, Ronnie Anderson, and then Brandon Sims. But someone that I wanted to watch was Phil Blurton. And so Phil Blurton is 5th now, and he started 36 cars back from the first of the Pro UTV Open cars. So Blurton is our first turbo, but he's actually come all the way to 5th physical UTV. So on adjusted time, he's still down, I think, but he's doing pretty good. I think he's going to be, the top Can-Am, and he's going to be keeping those factory Polaris cars honest here at least.
Has Phil been driving the whole race?
I believe so. Well, usually he splits this with his, the guy that usually co-drives for him, Bo Judge. Let me look at the entry list here and see what we got.
I'm with you. I mean, at least based on the graphics, Phil's been in this thing the entire time.
And there's still plenty of race left. Phil can make that up.
So I'm showing Vito Renullo, and I don't know, there's a bunch of names on here, so I'm not sure who's drivers and who's co-drivers. I know Vito would be a driver for sure. The other guys I don't recognize, so yeah, I'm not sure. I can guarantee it's Phil and Vito. I don't know out of the other guys on there who's driving. I can try to message Phil Sr. and get the lowdown there.
EJ is stopped, and that angle doesn't look great.
No.
Yeah, that looks kind of like a funky angle there, right?
Well, he may have the left side jack up.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say, is maybe they just sort of change a tire right there, right?
Spec trophy truck here for EJ. No movement in the cab.
Which, even though it's a spec truck, they still run the same jacking systems as the trophy trucks. Yeah.
Good to know.
Yep.
Something I'm hearing right now is Jason McNeil may have rolled the 21 truck. So I want to look at, do we got in-car on Tavo's truck, guys? I want to see how they look here.
Like EJ back in the truck and, yeah, reaching for one of the buttons, possibly put jack up or down. Oh, turn the lights on.
Something else is going on. That's not just a spare tire.
Yeah, helmet off.
That is unfortunate. He was doing good.
So I'm looking at Tracker.
Of course, something falls down on the floorboard where you can't reach it.
Bryce is through 600, and so is Alan. Trying to see the last place that McNeil came through. Okay, so through 575, I'm seeing Luke came through ahead of. Yeah, so I think it looks like to me between 570 and 575 that McNeil may have rolled Tavo's truck there.
Wow. Big
I think that's right where you come off of Diablo on the north side there. I'm checking my notes here, but I'm pretty sure that's where that is. Kind of right as you're coming into the Sportsman cutoff.
We're obviously watching, while Wes is looking that up, we're watching the 263 of EJ Herbst and co-driver and navigator there dealing with some sort of issue where they're both out of the truck. The helmet is off. Just show him shut the lights off. I would think that those lights without that thing running would burn the batteries down pretty quickly. I wonder if the truck is still running. I looked over it because I see the volts up there at 12.1 would indicate it's still running, right?
No, that doesn't necessarily mean it's running. No.
Well, it was at 11.1, and now I see it at 12.1.
Correct. That change
when
was
he
the
shut those lights off.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure what they're doing. Something's wrong. And then that end screen from, was that the 21, Wes, that was just on there? And that camera was a little cockeyed? Is that what they just showed?
I'm looking at tracker info and times right now, so I didn't see it, but I don't believe we have a shot from in-car of 21, but if he rolled, he would have probably taken out his Starlink. So I don't know that we would have.
See, that's what I was saying, right
in-car.
there. See that?
Okay, yeah. So it looks like it's just frozen though.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
But it might be frozen because it rolled.
Rolled, yes. Yes. Because that camera
I mean,
angle is like kind of off, and it's frozen, which leads me to believe that cut off some sort of issue.
Yeah, I mean, on Racer Redefined at 570, he was 305 back, and he was actually ahead of Toby and ahead of Luke by like 20 minutes. Okay, so we just got word from Tavo that they are out of the race, that they did have a crash. So that is true, which is a bummer because they were doing really good. Jason, Javi, I'm hearing you guys are okay, so that's good news. Really bummed for you that you're out of the race, but I guess at least you're okay.
Yeah, good news. First and foremost, everybody okay, so that's great news. Alan and Pudia with a quick pit stop, but right back out at it.
But so we talked about what was going to happen with these 4 trucks. Is anyone going to drop out? Well, we just had one drop out. Mm-hmm. So now we have basically a 3-truck race with Luke and Robbie kind of lurking as dark horses way back there, but they're going to need some help from Bryce, Alan, and Toby in order to close up any distance here.
Yeah, you were talking about the 83 truck might still have an opportunity to podium here, and there's one of them. So from 5th to 4th.
Yeah. No, it's very feasible. Luke's at 580. He was 21 down. That's a pretty substantial gap, but if any of those 3 trucks ahead of him have any sort of a not major issue, but something that costs him, say, 15 minutes, then Luke's going to be right there.
Where is Alan on the track? What race mile? I mean, the question that I'm alluding to, I wonder if he can get home with just one more stop.
So they just came through Tres Posas, and right now they're basically right by El Chinero. They're going to be crossing Highway 3 in just a minute here. In fact, he may have already crossed Highway 3. I think he did. Let me zoom in a little more here. So our 3 trucks, this is
if they're at race mile 603, then he can get home on one more stop, right? I mean, that's 235 miles.
Yeah, he should.
So he should be able to get back. He should be able to get home on one more stop, fuel-wise.
I mean, we've got BFG 5.
That just got nasty.
Yeah, that got bad.
Yeah, we got BFG 5 at 646, and then BFG 6 in Hamau, right around, I believe it's like 745-ish, 743, something like that.
And he just stopped, so I would say he would go to that 745 mark, take on fuel, and then take it home.
Yeah, and he's not a BFG driver, so obviously he's not on the same schedule as BFG pits.
I wonder why that got so nasty there in that one area.
Just dust lingering. He just got 10 seconds too. Did you see that? That just updated.
Oh yeah.
He's 10 seconds closer to Menzies now. So it's crazy to think that we've gone this whole day, and right now we're literally seconds from he could possibly win on corrected time.
Well, and so through 6:05, now Allen is 119 down and Toby's 128. So both of them have closed up on Bryce.
Man, did you see him splitting those poles?
Oh yeah.
So
Here he goes again.
Here we
go. That's just insane. He's got to be going the better part of 100 miles an hour right there.
Well, so the actual race course is about half a mile to the left of this, and there's a VCP there that you had to hit, and then you could cut over to this. So he's actually on a line right now, and this was always my preferred line. It just gets sketchy when you're going between the poles there. And then they're getting to the radio tower, which is at 6:10, and then they turn east and start heading kind of to the Las Pintas Mountains, where you start working through those and then head up towards La Ventana. So right now, he's getting pretty close. He's gonna start making a left here in a minute. He's through like the really fast section. It gets kind of technical right here. Usually there's some spectators hanging out in this area.
I mean, splitting the poles is one thing, but if he's seeing what we're seeing too, that's the other thing we've got to remind ourselves of. Again, he splits them third time, I think it was. But if he used to hit one of those whiteouts about the time he has to split one, those poles, I mean, dude, things could go really wrong really fast.
You also got to keep in mind this is later in the race, so this truck has been used and abused. So bearings are starting to wear, everything's starting to wear. So she's a little looser.
Wow, that's
than
a
when
great
she
point.
started the race. So
great point.
When you're coming through this stuff at speed, it just feels a little bit looser here or there. She's got a little bit more on her, so you got to keep in mind when these trucks are
rut
beat.
Kicks you one way or the other right before those poles. I mean,
shocks are beat, everything's beat. So you're on a truck that's been used for the better part of a full Baja 500 and change already.
Hats off to these drivers, man. It's not for everybody.
Yeah, he's still on a line that's over to the right of the actual course, but there aren't any VCPs right there. I'm sure he was smart enough to hit the one VCP and cross over. So I was talking about how there's spectators. This is that spectator area, and then he's turning to the west now, and he'll start heading towards the Las Pintas Mountains. Yeah, you can see it on the graphic.
Yeah, you can see that left you're talking about. You can see where the 94 truck is too.
It looks like Toby may have done
Toby Price,
the exact same thing.
That is crazy. 600 race miles in, and 3 trucks there, separated by about a minute and a half.
And I wonder, we never saw Pulvardi or Bryce get a flat, but remember when they pitted, we saw him throw one in the basket? So, I'm assuming they had one somewhere, but they must have done one hell of a fast pit stop to have not lost any track position on these guys.
Excellent stuff here as we watch the absolute best in the business go at it at one of the most prestigious races on the planet. Hope everybody at home is having a great time. We certainly are having a great time bringing you all the action here from the 58th running of the BFG SCORE Baja 1000. We're going to take a quick break. We have plenty more to go. We are getting down to the money miles here. Who's going to win this thing, the 58th running? We'll find out. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Las refacciones Duralast exceden el desempeño de equipo original por su avanzada tecnología, probada en laboratorios certificados, respaldada por garantías que marcan la diferencia, calidad que garantiza tu trabajo. Duralast, refacciones hechas para durar. Una marca de AutoZone.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Those were some beautiful bottles of tequila there. We have some sitting upstairs, and when things are all done, who knows, maybe we'll share a little bit. We welcome you back to the BFGoodrich Tires 58th running of the SCORE Baja 1000. And as mentioned before, it's all part of the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship, the final event here of the 2025 SCORE season. We're making some dust out here in Baja, and we are on board with Alan Ampudia, who's in second place, but has, we believe second place anyways, but has slowly closed that gap back up. Keep in mind, they were within seconds, but it looks like Ampudia and actually Toby Price, it looks like now has jumped Ampudia. At least on corrected time. We'll check in with Wes. He's keeping an eye on all this stuff, but nonetheless, second and third place have closed the gap a little bit on the 94 truck.
Correct. For that last one, the Price would appear to be several seconds ahead of Allen.
On Racer Redefined with the tracker, I'm still showing Ampudia ahead of Price physically, and then let's look at through 6:15. Yeah, looks like we got Toby Price at 106 back and Ampudia at 114 back. So Toby has made some ground on Allen. And we're talking a minute behind.
Yeah, we're splitting hairs here, man.
So
we keep talking about this. I mean, a blink of an eye, really.
Well, I mean, so if you think about this, Allen started a minute behind, so he would be 2 minutes and 14 seconds physically behind Bryce right now. and then Toby started 2 minutes behind. So what? He'd be 3 minutes and 6 seconds behind,
right?
Basically.
This is, maybe we could reach out to Dominic, but I'm curious, statistician-wise or historian-wise, what is the closest finish in Baja 1000 history for the top 3 trucks? I mean, we have to be pressing on that.
I would believe so. I don't remember there being one. I know there have been some 2-truck battles that have been super close.
Sure, yeah.
But I don't know that I remember a 3-truck battle that's been this close for this long. And the fact that there hasn't been, other than that little deal between Toby and Alan in the speed zone, there hasn't been a physical track position change between the top 3 this entire race.
Yeah,
they've held position the whole time.
Yeah, there's been no physical passes on track for these top 3, really even going to the top 4.
We have basically been speculating on corrected time.
Right.
Well, honestly, on a corrected time, the Racer Redefined app is I trust it pretty close here. So I think these splits are, if not absolutely correct, they're very, very close. But I think they're spot on, because we did this at the 400 and they were exactly what they were supposed to be. Whenever we were able to actually get eyeballs on the trucks, it lined up exactly with what Racer Redefined was telling us. So I trust this. I think these guys are just, it's a few seconds here, a few seconds there every 5 miles, one way or the other. Yeah, the thing is well, I guess Alan's just got to get under a minute behind Bryce. So he's got to make up a minute 15. If he can make up a minute 15, he would be our leader. And then, Toby's got to make up, 106 is what he's down, so.
On board here with Shane Lewis and Trophy Truck Legends, currently 5th in class. Gustavo still in first place from what I can figure out.
I think, judging from what this looks like, Shane's coming right. Shane Lewis that we're watching here, I think that's coming out of Matomi, heading up into the whooped out section that is, when I was down there pre-running, I just called it miserable because I didn't know what else to call it.
Les Miserables. Back on board with the 83 and Luke McMillan, who's been closing, albeit pretty far back after that lengthy drive shaft change. But he's been chugging, man, ever since. He is closing the gap and was in 5th. Worked his way back up to 4th with the rollover that you had documented before with Tavo. And still some 20-plus minutes back. But a top 5 working here.
Yeah, the last I saw, he's like basically 21 minutes back.
And we'll listen here a little bit to the comms.
Go to the cactus, stay right straight through, middle, straight over airplane. Airplane. And then we're gonna cut right straight through. Right here. Right 5 airplane. Left 5 airplane. Right 5. Big checkups with cactus. Cut left 2 inside. Left 2 inside. Go left. Good. Line up. Right 6 over. Straight over airplane. Left 5 over airplane. Left 6 over airplane.
That's the boys from the Alaska trip.
That's who it was?
Yeah, it's Travis Williams.
Hell yeah. Stay left, rocks on the left inside, split the trees. Stay left, go a little left, yep, and then split those big trees. Stay left, straight through airplane. Right there, yep. Straight through airplane. Straight over airplane. Swooping left 5, and then stay right straight through. Straight through. Tuck the cactus, drops off, tight left 5 around the tree. Right 6 airplane. Airplane left 6, straight through. Airplane right 5. Airplane left 5. Blue drops off straight across the road. Tight right 4 onto the road. You jump a hole or go to either side. Check up, check up, check up, check up, check up. Clear. Where are they at for the fuel?
I don't know.
3, so 2-1, 2-1, after the 1, turn right.
After the 1, turn right, straight ahead.
Here you go, right, here's us, in. All right, fuel's going in, started. Go, quick, go!
Speed limiter.
You're good. You see Rob?
No.
He was cheering us on. He had a big old smile. Right 6 airplane. Straight airplane. Stay left, straight through airplane. Left 6 airplane. Right 6 airplane. Left 6 airplane. Left 5 airplane. Right 5 airplane. Oh.
Clear. Slight left, straight up. Gonna veer slight right, straight through. Into slightly harder right over crest. Then back slight left. Into slight right, into a harder left. Or hard left. Into the harder right. Go. Keep us in the game. It's fucking brutal out there.
Gotcha. I'm all with it. We ready to go? Yep, let's do it. Good? You got me? Yeah, get this light off. Don't mind. Hey, how do I turn this off? Just... Oh, I think it's... Where are we at speed-wise? 60, 45, 48, 49. Okay. There goes. And then handle all the other lights too. Yeah, I will. Okay. All right, bud, let's have some fun. Straight up. Gonna be a slight right, and then back slight left. And then back slight right. Straight through, slight right. Yep, straight up. Gonna veer slight left long. Slight left. Into slight right over crest. Jump, looking good. Slight right. Straight up. Gonna veer slightly harder left dip. Danger dip. Jump. Look good. Gonna be slightly harder left. Jump, straight up, gonna be slight right, into slightly harder left. Danger. Caution. Caution, caution. Clear. Jump, looking good. Gonna veer slight left into hard right. Jump, looking good. Be slight left. Into slight. Just keep on. And that light is brutal. Yeah. Watch out for this guy to the right. We're gonna connect with him. Hit the push to pass on him. Fuck. I know. Just guide me straight if you can. Yep. Because I don't know, they can't see shit. I know. Looking good. Keep going straight. We're going to curve a little to the left here. Keep it going. Looking good. Bro, this dust. Fuck. Yeah, it is. Looking good. Kind of just keeps going straight from here. I can't see shit. I know. Looking good. We're doing good. Got a G out coming up right here. Or rocks, I should say. Big rock right there. There you go. Good job. Left one. There you go. Bro, we gotta tell them at 600 that light's gotta come down. Okay. Because the dust light is literally sticking up into the air. Yep. So it's a struggle right now. Shit. I know. There's nothing. We good? Yep, I'm good. Gotta get some clean air.
In 535 feet, stay right.
Looking good. BCP coming up.
Stay right.
There you go. We're on there, right? Yep, we're good right here. Yep, we're good. Jesus, he wasn't kidding, man. It's fucking gnarly out here. And it's the dust more than anything.
In 775 feet, stay right.
You're doing good.
Stay right.
That's all right. Keep going. I'm gonna curve a little to the right one here. It's pretty much straight. I'm just driving what I can see. I got you. You're good. Race mile 460, 460, all good. Okay, we gotta work our way right. You're good. We gotta work our way right. Okay. Is this gonna is it gonna turn, you think? Yeah, I think so. We'll be all right. It's burned in, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay. No VCPs? No, we're good. It's heading back that way, right? Yeah. Yeah. We're off course, so I don't have notes for this, just a heads up, so just take it easy. Look for a line to the right. Go. You can try the other lights now, see if there's a little less dust. Yeah, that's all right.
Blue left 5, rocking the right line, caution. Right straight through, left 6. Big rock on the right, caution. Rock in the course. Stay right straight through, rocks on the left. Tight left 4, then right 5. Then check up, we're going right 3 up the hill. And then right 3, right 3. And then straight over. Right 6 over into a dip. Left 6 over, watch rocks. Straight over, then left 3, rock in the left berm. Stay left outside, right 4 airplane. Rock in the right berm. Watch her rocks, 10 miles. Blue right 4, big rock on the left inside, left 4 airplane. Rock on the left. Right 5, left 5 airplane. Big rock on the right. Rock in the right berm. Big rock in the road, caution. Stay left straight through. Slight tightens airplane. Tight left 4. Stay left, straight through, then tight right 3, stay outside. This is the one. You're gonna stay left and cut right after the tree. Right here. Tightens through the trees. Good. Left 5. Straight through, then sweeping left 3, rocking the right line. Rocking the left inside, right of the tree, straight through. Right 5 airplane. Right 5 airplane. Slight check up, left 5, rocking the right line. Okay, right 4 inside, tree on the left outside. Big rock on the right line, and then rocks on the right. Right 5 airplane. Blue right 4. Caution narrow rocks. Sweeping left 3, rocks inside. Rock on the right berm, check up, straddle big rock on the left. Blue left 4. Stay right, rocks on the right side. Stay right 3, tightens. Left 3, rock in the right line. Blue left 4. Caution, rocks on the left. Blue right 4. Airplane right 5. Airplane left 5. Blue right 4. Airplane left 4. And then stay right straight through. Cut right 4 off the course. Rocks on the right, left 4 airplane. Stay outside, left 4. Rocks on the right, caution. And then rocks on the right. Stay left line. Right 3, rocks inside. Rock on the left berm, left 5 airplane. Blue little twisty. Left 4, rock outside. Tight right 3, tree outside. Left 4 airplane, rocks on the left. Tight right 5, rock on the left berm. Stay left shortcut, watch for rocks, slate tightens. Watch for rocks in the course, straight through airplane. Slate tightens, rocks on the right. Check up, right 4. Left 4, rocks to the side, caution. Rock on the right. And then left 4 into the big whoops. Big rocks on the right outside. Straight through. Rock on the right. Rock on the left line. Rocks on the right, right 3 long.
All right, this is pretty cool listening to Jason Duncan calling for Luke. And earlier, while I was out on the course, we talked about how voices help win races. So let's have a look at this piece. Voices win races. Communication between a driver and co-driver is extremely important in desert racing. Teams will come down here and spend weeks pre-running the course, taking notes, linking all of their lines together, marking all of their dangers, and the co-driver will communicate that to the driver as they're racing. I think it's even more important in the nighttime. So let's take a listen to some of the rugged radio drivers on how they use their comms to communicate with each other and put their vehicle on top of the box. All right, so we've got a 4-box up here right now. We were listening to Luke and Jason talking. I think let's just sit back and listen into them and listen to how Jason is calling this for Luke and how he's reacting to this and this interaction between driver and co-driver.
Tight left 3 down. Rocks. Rocks. Tight left 4, caution. Right 4 tightens. Rocks inside. Caution right 4, big rock on the right, and then a blue left 2. Caution check up, tight right 3. Here, tight right 3. Right 5, straight through. Rocking the right. Check up left 4.
Oh, good.
What's that?
Are you good?
Oh, yeah. Left 4. Watch for rocks. Blue right 5. Rocking the left berm. Right 5. Caution, little twisty. Slight tighten straight through. Rocks on the right. Blue left 5. 4. Left of the tree straight through. Left 6 airplane. Rock center. Little twisty. Triple twisty. Blue right 4. Stay on course, tightens through the trees.
And once again, they fired us back up. We wanted to let everybody listen into the comms that were going on inside of the cars and the different cars. And Jason Hurd sitting alongside, and obviously Wes alluding to that conversation as well of what's going on inside of the cars, and certainly the high level of communication that was going on there in the 83 truck. Very, very impressive, very detailed.
Phenomenal symmetry. The two of them work together great. Luke is getting calls from Jason. He's not overdriving any turns. He's not checking up too early. I mean, the one thing that's often overlooked is when you have a co-driver that's making these calls, you as the driver, you're relying on him to give you a severity of what's coming up, i.e. right 5, left 4, check up here. Well, what if Jason calls a 5 and it's really a 3? And now Luke accidentally either checks up too much, loses a half second entering a turn, or God forbid, the inverse direction when it's actually a 5 and Jason accidentally calls a 3. So, he's relying on him to give him accurate information based on, in essence, the opinion, and that symmetry right there is beautiful.
And there's a couple of things to that. Of course, you can only develop that by the two of you coming out here and putting in the time. You have to put in the time. And conversely, I would say, myself being a spotter for a long time, you typically don't get to hear another spotter. If you're spotting for a car, you're just on the car by yourself. And over the course of time, I have been able to work with some other spotters and learn how they do it. Consequently, I got better at the job. So I would say the same thing here with a navigator. If you're a navigator, you're not going to have the opportunity to listen to another navigator to get better. If they go back and listen to this and they hear how Jason is working, it'll elevate their game. So it's a difficult thing to get better at a job where you're not working with another person in that capacity.
And Alan has the hood off.
Yeah, second place, or third place, just barely third place, we believe, in corrected time, and a threat to win this thing, of course, leading in the points, has been perfect all year long with 3 previous wins at San Felipe, the 500 and the 400, and it looks like issues here with the hood off.
Yeah, so this is the mid-engine, so what is most likely there right above is going to be the steering stuff. So something could possibly be going on inside the steering system. You've got your box, your swingers, etc. It's hard to see what specifically he's reaching for, but they have brought several wrenches in, so something's going on in there.
Towards the end of the 1,000 last year, I don't know if you remember, Jason, but I feel like Alan, was it a power steering belt or something that they ended up having to change?
Well, the belt would be in the back of the truck here. So it could be a sector shaft. I mean, there could be several things going on. It's hard to tell, but right in that area is the box.
Yeah, I feel like literally they pulled over and they were dealing with something in the front of the truck there. So that was Toby that just went by right now. And this is right by where BFG 5 is here. This is really the northernmost part of the course, at least on the San Felipe side. And from here, you got Saldana just to the northwest of this, and then it turns and heads south. Bryce has already come through. Judging from that light, I believe Toby is pitting right now as well. Because you see that red brake light that's on ahead?
Up there on the left,
That really looked like that was Toby. So I think you got both trucks are in the pits right now. I don't know if we have in-car with Toby. I guess we don't. But we saw him drive by, and I'm pretty sure that those red lights are Toby in a pit as well.
Well, we'll see when the corrected adjusts. That would put Bryce way out front.
This is unfortunate. He was so smooth.
And McMillan is closing up, I mean, on the corrected that we can see right here, so McMillan would really close up on these two if that's the case.
I can't tell if they're pulling up a pressure line for the steering. He's got something in his left hand.
Looks like an electrical tape or something, isn't that?
He had a roll of duct tape in his hand.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. So I thought it was electrical tape as well.
The tough thing we got is on the Racer Redefined, Bryce's tracker's not working. They're having battery issues with it. So we only have Impudia and Price.
Well, Hood's going back on.
So we're not getting great
And it looks like the red lights ahead are gone.
And Luke is stopped?
Luke just stopped.
Yeah, so he's, those are the jacks. That looks like a tire.
Oh man, I swear, I was just watching that screen and I saw him come over the hood. Luke was ripping and they came over the hood. I looked over to the left and now Luke stopped just that quickly.
Well, I'm going to say that Alan has lost physical second to Toby here. I mean, we saw him go past and that red light's not there anymore. So I think Toby's up and going. He probably just had a normal pit stop. We got Alan going in here, but I mean, this cost him one physical spot and cost him a lot as far as adjusted time.
Yeah, in terms of a win, I agree 100%, Wes. I mean, fortunately for him, he had a big buffer back there to fourth place, so if he can hang on here to third, he's going to secure that championship. No worries there, but his chance for a win just got a lot tougher.
Luke is moving again.
Yeah, I mean, you got 200 more miles basically of racing to go.
What's a red flashing light there for Luke on the dash?
Is that oil?
I can't see that.
No, it froze.
It froze, yeah.
Yeah. I thought the first word was oil, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Well, it looks like Alan in some pretty heavy dust.
It's where he's at right now. It's pretty silty, and I'm sure he's got Toby right in front of him.
Just hanging there, yeah.
You see what the tracker looks like here. Yes. So it looks to me like the tracker now, as far as showing track position on the map, I don't know if we want to cut to that, but I have it up on my screen here. Okay, so we got this here. This is where, so 94, that's Bryce. It's got a pretty good gap over Toby, and then now Alan is behind. So this is really the first physical position change that we've had between our top three all race.
Yeah, and Bryce underneath that 200 race mile mark now. About 190 to go.
You know, and so Toby's at like 650 right now, and I'm going to say Bryce is almost to 653, 654. Which that means Bryce has got a pretty good little lead here. mean, this is the biggest lead we've had all race.
Well, that's making me crazy sitting here at the desk.
Yeah.
I thought I almost fell out of the chair there for a second. Still a long ways to go. I mean, we've been, watching this for so many hours. You feel like it's close to the end, but at the end of the day, it really, while we're closer, but there's still so much racing to do.
He is having lighting issues. Are you watching this? He is having intermittent lighting issues.
Yep, for sure.
Is that a power problem?
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, it's hard to tell what they were messing with up front. It could be a wiring problem. Something could be.
Well, I mean, based on the electrical tape that we saw.
Yeah,
right?
It could be coming connected, unconnected. But that, to me, looks like intermittent lighting issues. Because there is no way the co-driver is sitting in the cab turning them on and off like that. So that could be what they were struggling with up front, is they were trying to figure out what and possibly reconnect some of those connections.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah.
I'm hearing on Luke's truck, the flashing red light was rear left tire low. So that would have explained him
seems
pulling
like it's
over.
gone now. So
yeah, so it's like TPMS sensor there.
Tight right 4, and then the straight airplane.
Do we know why they pulled over? Did we ever see that? Do you think it was a flat? I mean, it didn't seem like they had pulled over long enough to really change a flat.
Oh, no, that was long. Jason can change a flat that fast.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He's an absolute animal.
Airplane left 5, and then stay left straight through.
And he is trained for this. Like, he is a professional at that, for sure.
Okay, I got an update from Rodrigo in Pudia, Alan's dad.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying that they were having some steering issues and they're trying to fix it. That wouldn't explain the lights.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there may be kind of multiple problems going on with Alan right now.
Well, good job. Good call on that, Jason. That's exactly what you thought it was.
Yeah.
I mean, where they were working.
Normal off-road racing. Multiple things go wrong at the same time.
Yeah. Those power steering systems have to be phenomenal. I mean, to take care of the brutal terrain that they have. I think these wheel tire combinations come in somewhere around 125, 150 pounds. So, combination of 300 pounds worth of wheel and tire that they're controlling underneath the stress that they're controlling it's just incredible what they have to endure.
You need to keep in mind this is also a portal truck, so that means there is
that's right.
more unsprung weight than a rear-wheel drive truck.
Rotating, yeah.
Not only that, it's also an all-wheel drive, so that means that through turn under power, you're going to have torque steer. So there is significantly more load and unusual load on a steering system for an all-wheel drive like this than there would be an equivalent two-wheel drive.
Great points.
Yeah.
And that is a ton of unsprung weight hanging out there now that you bring all that up.
Correct.
So if our corrected is right at race mile 647, Ampudia lost about 4 minutes there in that process.
Roughly, yeah.
And watching the tracker, it looks to me like Toby's kind of slowly pulling away.
Well, Toby was in there ahead of him in the pits a little bit, and it looks like Toby lost a couple of minutes as well, but just didn't lose as much as Ampudia did. And we thought McMillan would close up on him, but then McMillan had the flat, so he probably lost a minute. Maybe picked up a couple of minutes on these guys, but lost a minute to Menzies.
Yeah, hopefully they get the battery on the tracker charged on Menzies' truck.
Yeah.
So that we got better.
Yeah, we haven't had any
him.
communication with them in a long time now. Lost everything with them.
But And on Race to Redefine, I am seeing Toby and Alan, and that gap does look a little bit bigger than it was before. And take a look at the score tracker and see what that looks like. I want to refresh it here, but as that's loading, yeah, I mean, if Alan's going to be struggling with lights and steering problems, he's going to slowly just kind of fade off the pace with Bryce and Toby. This has got to be frustrating for Alan. So in his mind right now, he's got to be thinking, okay, you know, I've been battling for the win this whole time. At what point does he kind of make the decision here of, hey, let's not throw away the championship here, and let's focus on getting this thing to the finish and keep this truck in one piece? Because the one thing that he cannot do is DNF.
Yeah, 100%. I think mindset, he has to shift gears at this point and say, let's bring it home. You know, especially if it is not functioning at 100%, then you got to kind of give up on that win. But he's still sitting third, very solid finish here, and it looks like the truck's performing still at a very high level. So, I mean, I think the light thing it's a thing, but I don't think it's hurting him to any large degree. The power steering thing, however, if he gets in a tighter section of the course, we'll find out how that affects the truck. But right now, it looks like it's still at speed.
Well, I tell you what, you don't want to drive one of these trucks through that last 100 miles without power steering. That would be brutal because there's so many turns and so back and forth. But while we're watching him coming through here, we've had our lead 3 trucks hit that northern San Felipe point and start heading back south, but we still have the whole rest of the field there. I've got a piece that we shot that shows what they're racing through. So let's take a look at this and see what the actual terrain looks like during the day. And that'll give us some reference of what they're racing through right now in the night. This is the northernmost portion of the race course on the San Felipe Desert side over here. And it's race mile 646. We're just north of BFG Pit 5. The course has done a little loop around a mountain right here. From down by San Felipe, they came up Diablo Dry Lake Bed, crossed over Highway 3 after going through Las Minitas Wash as well as Borrego Wash, and then have been battling through the night up into this area. They've been going in the Las Pintas Mountains, and then from here, we're just east of Saldana, which is at the base of Laguna Salada Dry Lake Bed, where you can see it's really sandy here. It's going to turn, head south into Arroyo Grande Wash, and then we'll take that into the San Matias area, and then up into Valle de Trinidad, and on their way to the finish. You know, all of this is going to be in the night, so the one thing that I think is key here is there's a lot of lines, and generally the dust isn't that bad in these areas, so you'll still be able to make passes at night, and I think that this race is going to be won or lost in this whole San Felipe section.
Well, you're not wrong, Wes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess that was a little prophetic right there because that's all, well, literally that where I was standing was where Alan sat there and had that problem. So, yeah, it played out kind of exactly how I forecast.
So that just updated, and it would appear that Alan is a little off pace. He is that gap is opening.
Walsh a little more, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where Toby has closed it back up just a little bit on Bryce, who has no real reason to push at this point, so you would kind of expect that. But yeah, Toby has closed up a little bit, and Alan has lost a little bit.
Thing is, I'm showing Bryce a minute ago at race mile 666. Well, we're getting a refresh right now, so just erase. So, Okay, at 666.7 2 minutes ago was Bryce, and then 1 minute ago was 662 with Toby, well, I think I was saying that Bryce was about 4 to 5 miles ahead, which I think is holding true. They're going 74.5 and 63, it's about 70 miles an hour. So it's a little bit less than a mile a minute. So probably, and Toby started 2 minutes back, so it's probably about 3 minutes unadjusted. And hopefully we start getting the racer redefined. Okay, so racer redefined through 655. That's showing Bryce ahead, and then 243, Toby's back, and then Alan is 625 back. So that, I said it right about 3 minutes, 243.
Yeah, right on. On board there with EJ as well. But yeah, so I mean, back to what we were talking about, we'll go full screen here with Herbst. But for Alan and Pooty, I think it's damage control at this point. The win, as it stands right now, not an option. He's got to bring this thing home and secure that championship.
Now, to play devil's advocate, there are still about 3.5 hours left of racing.
Yeah. But I mean, I think he's not in a push mode. It appears going to be
he's,
let's get it home.
Yeah, I think
if it comes to us, okay, great. But
to me, that last section looked like he was at like 95%, 90%. He was not full kill like he was before.
The thing here too is Luke's going to start reeling him in, and Luke's right at where that video was shot at 646. Alan is kind of he's like 661. So I mean, he's still got a pretty good lead over him, but if he can't run 100% and Luke is running 100%, Luke is going to reel him in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long ways to go, so it's a doable thing. We haven't talked too much about Robbie Gordon's truck and Max we should say, driving, but he's back in there in 5th as well, so. Max out here, and how old is Max? I think Max is he 16 yet?
I believe he's older than 16.
Is he?
I think so, yeah.
I feel like Max was racing as a 15-year-old like 6 years ago or something.
Yep. Well, Max was out here when he was 10. I mean, that's the problem.
Well, so I don't know that he was really 15 then. It's like, I think, but I'm trying to look it up. He's like 17, I think, is what I'm hearing.
Is he? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's. I just looked it up. He's 17 years old.
He's doing good. Mile 630.
I mean, point being, even at his young age, he has so much experience.
That's what I was just going to say, is for a 17-year-old, Max Gordon probably has more race miles under his belt than, as far as off-road anyways, than most drivers. With a very good tutor.
Yeah, and at the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, Robbie gave him a shot. He said he was running the front tires off of it, but that goes back to what you guys were talking about and having the front engine set up to send so much power to the front end. So Mac's not afraid to step on that throttle.
This is an unusual truck, so it definitely is different to drive dynamically, different to drive power, everything.
I was calling the race when he got his first win in Stadium Super Trucks. I believe it was at Long Beach. So, I mean, the kid is super, super talented.
And with the whole speed UTV thing, like, he is getting a lot of seat time.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's not just that he's going and driving trophy trucks. He is literally in seat time every day.
King of the Hammers, I mean, just everything.
The sheer volume of seat time for his age and the caliber of it is ridiculous. That is way more than any other 17-year-old I know.
Yeah, and he was the test mule for all the Stadium Super Trucks. So, I mean, he was in those things all the time, making sure they were all ready to go for years, along with the Speed UTV stuff, whenever it finally came to fruition, if you will, and a ton of seat time in those, and all the while driving these as well.
And, I mean, he's doing good.
If you spend any time with him, Andy, he's just, I haven't been around him here for a couple of years now, but it's just, he's really a great kid.
This is the 230 of Neil. This is a Spencer Lowe Racing platform. So this is an SLR truck.
Chevy Power Gearworks transmission, I believe.
Yeah, this is a spec truck, so this is that sealed motor deal.
Neil Drickey. Qualified 9th, 6th in the points. Has finished every mile so far this year as well. I think there were 55 drivers that came in here with a chance at winning the Rod Hall Milestone, SCORE Milestone Award, and he is one of those. 3 top 15s in spec this year, including the 10th at the 400.
Now we got a dual shot with Baldy. Baldy is holding pace.
Yeah, and as you guys documented, such a great story. But if what I documented, read was correct, they've been building their own stuff since 2010.
When we're watching Max in the truck there, you could see that something that was kind of cool is the dash had 2 digital displays. If we can kind of go back to in-car with him, but I'd like to look at the data between the 2 of those to look at what they've got going with both motors, because you generally don't see that in any other off-road vehicle.
They're slightly different on RPMs. Are you noticing that?
Yeah, but slightly different. Yeah. I mean, that's...
So for those that don't understand, this truck is twin engine, but what it really is basically like an inverted front engine rear-wheel drive platform. The front engine is like a traditional truck that drives the rear end. The rear engine behind the cab actually comes forward and drives the front differential. So it's literally like an two inverted two-wheel drives in essence.
What is your thought on that, Jason, as far as like what would be advantages to doing that other than just building an exotic truck that gets a lot of attention?
The weird thing is the more I watch the truck, it almost has like this unique balance to it. So, I've never really thought about putting 2 engines in a truck, to be perfectly honest. So it's always been the discussion of, where are we putting the engine, mid-engine, front engine, things along those lines. And when I saw this thing, it was definitely out of left field, and I believe it's just got this unique balance to it, and it works. And I saw the other day that they were down at Danzio, and I believe they're pushing this thing, and I want to say it was above 1,000 horsepower on the dyno. So there's that right there. That's a lot. Most of these all-wheel drives, even with the big blocks, they're not putting 1,000 down to the tires. That's just not happening with all the parasitic loss.
And I wonder if the right side gauge is the rear engine running the front diff, and they've pulled a little bit of power from that, which is why we see the RPMs down. So as we watch this, we're going to take a quick commercial break here. Stay with us. We'll be back with more great racing action here at the BFG 58th running of the SCORE Baja 1000.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
Hey, if you're looking for some good dirt in the off-road industry, what's happening in the racing, all the different classes, check out SCORE Journal. They're always covering all the different aspects and the current events and giving tech tips.
Make sure you read the SCORE Journal. It's the best magazine out there and it keeps you up to date with all Baja racing stuff.
Hey, SCORE Journal. It's the best way to get your news, get your information, catch up on all the off-road gossip.
I want to remind you guys to take a look and give a read to the SCORE Journal, the best place to pick up any news that's going on down here in Baja.
Best views are earned. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
All right, welcome back to the 58th BFGoodrich SCORE Baja 1000. We are watching our third place trophy truck right now, Alan Impudia. He was running second physically almost all day and then had a little bit of a problem. We're hearing it was a steering issue. He's going through kind of a technical section right here. This is, I believe, south of Arroyo Grande. They're working their way towards San Matias. Got little less than 200 miles to go. And this has been a battle, but Bryce Menzies is out front. Toby Price is trying to reel him in, but Bryce has got probably about a 5-mile lead over Toby. And then Alan, we've seen him battling, it looked like some lighting issues. Then also we're hearing steering problems. Seems like Alan's fading back a little bit. We did talk about how Alan was battling for the lead, but now he may want to just try to hold on to this third place and still be on the podium, but wrap up another championship. So through race mile 670. I want to check. All right, so at 675, according to Racer Redefined, I'm showing Toby Price at 154 behind Bryce Menzies. And then at 670, Impudia was 846 down, or well, we're showing 847 on the ticker there. So Impudia is definitely off pace with Bryce and Toby at this point. I think that the next question is he gonna be able to run hard enough to hold off Luke McMillan, because Luke McMillan's starting to close on him. We've got, McMillan on our ticker here at 655 was only 17 down from everyone, which that means he's actually gaining ground on everybody. But we did see Luke have a flat. That cost him a little bit of time. That was an interesting line he had right there. That didn't look like a whole lot of a line.
Right 6 straight through, rocking the left line. And then a right 6 airplane.
When we were talking to Rob Mack, he started in Luke's truck, handed it off to Luke. I think it was before Catavina, and now Luke's been in it. He'll be taking it to the finish, and he was talking about how much work Luke had done on his lines over on the San Felipe side. So there's people that aren't familiar with racing over in San Felipe. You're in a lot of these washes, and some of them may be quarter mile to half a mile wide, and you literally have maybe 10 different ways that you can get through there. So it's all about how you link those together and try to find that fastest path.
I feel like Luke's in that position where he has nothing to lose. He has the opportunity to go for it. He comes in here third in the points. Obviously, they lost that time of that drive shaft change much earlier on in the race, and since then has been charging hard, as Wes documented, had to do that flat tire change, which they did extremely quickly. But he has nothing to lose here. I mean, if he's going to shoot for the win, he might as well shoot for the win. And he's not going to win the championship here, at least as it stands right now. So why not go for the win? And I know that appears to be out of reach right now, but there's still a long ways to go. He could certainly make a run at this podium finish, for sure, with Ampudia, coming back to him a little bit. I'm kind of curious if they've let them know that Alan Ampudia has some issues as well, to go for it. But I just think he's in a perfect situation where now you don't have to worry about points racing. The win is really kind of out of reach, but there's nothing to say we can't go get a podium right here, and let's stand on the throttle and finish this thing strong.
As you were talking about that, I'm looking at the points, and so Alan's got a huge lead. He's got a DNF to have a problem, but we do think he's in a wounded truck right now, so it's not out of the realm of reality for Alan to have a DNF, which then second in points is Toby Price, third is Luke McMillan. The thing is Toby's got 318 and Luke's got 305. So really Luke is going to need Toby to have a major problem. He'd have to pull off the win and then have, oh man, I don't even know if he can make it. Yeah, I think he could, but he's going to need Toby to finish way, way back. So yeah, if you're in Luke's shoes, who cares if you get third in points? Nobody remembers third in points.
Right.
What they do remember is who won the Baja 1000.
Yeah, so let's go, right?
So yeah,
let's go.
Yeah, throw it down, and who knows? We already had Jason McNeil drop out in Tavo's truck, and we know Alan's got a wounded truck, so a little bit of luck. If Toby and Bryce had a little bit of an issue, it could fall into Luke's lap. I think he's going to really need some luck on his side for that to happen, but it's not out of the realm of reality.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh, yeah.
There's always a chance in Baja.
Mathematically, I mean, if you can get it done.
Well, Luke is gaining numerically, and he's holding a very fierce pace right now. So if he keeps on this, and if Menzies backs down even a little bit, that is going to just start coming into fruition for him. So Luke is no stranger to driving at that pace.
Well, and something that Rob brought up and a buddy of mine just mentioned right now is, I don't know if it was 2-3 years ago, where Bryce was running up front and he had like a 12 to 14 minute lead over Luke. In the last 140 miles, Luke closed that and lost by 30 seconds. So he's done this before. I mean, if he's really throws it down and he's got some good lines through this, which I was watching what he's doing here, and a lot of this he's not on the main course. So, I mean, he's obviously spent some time finding the quickest way through these sections, and he's linking these together, and you don't see any moment of hesitation at all. So he's got his lines, he's got it dialed, and I mean, I want to see, can he continue to reel them in? It's going to be, I think he's really got his work cut out to catch Bryce and Toby, but, Alan is this next, the last ticker we've got here at 675, we're showing Alan at 931 back. So Alan is fading off those leaders and probably falling back into Luke.
Yeah, 100%, and I agree with you 100% at the pace he is carrying through there. And we heard the navigation courtesy of Jason Duncan. So these two guys have put their time in. They've spent a lot of time down here. They're very good together, and consequently, they're getting through this section very, very quickly and continue to close that gap. Saw the Ford boys over there on the split screen as well. A number of their trucks still out here competing in that huge effort courtesy of Ford.
Yeah, that 773 is the truck that they had to put a new corner on. And I mean, remember, we saw them, and they were at, they weren't even to Urupan, and I mean, that was at like 5:30 or something like that. So I'd have, well, actually, what you can see on their little graphic there, it shows where they're at, which that might be like Erendira. Maybe a little south. They might, actually, I think they're like San Quintin area right now. But, I mean, they got a lot of miles ahead of them at this point. Just actually looking at the terrain they're on, that does look like the San Quintin area.
Yeah, I would say they might be a hair past that, if anything.
Yeah, they're in the salt flats in that area. This is, I think, just west of Vicente Guerrero.
V-Box system on that one, providing onboard and obviously telemetry as well. And really pretty cool system, the V-Box system. They can lay that data over the other drivers and really compare who's gaining where. Not real time, but at a later date. It's a great system for a closed course race car, especially with a team when drivers are comparing themselves, trying to find a little bit trying to find the best areas from each driver. So watching Von Gittin Jr. here as well, still out on course, getting it done. And back listening to the audio of Alan Ampudia on that incredible trophy truck, the all-wheel drive machine. Points leader, looking for back-to-back championships if he can hang on here to third place and complete this one at speed, or even fourth place for that matter. If he gets past and can bring that thing home in fourth, so still secure, given the 3 wins that he has working already this season?
Watching the tracker here and just our timing updates on Racer Redefined, Luke's reeling Allen in pretty quickly here, and I think he's maybe 5 to 6 minutes behind.
Wow, he is definitely closing it up then.
Yes, I think this is a matter of time until Luke catches Impudia. And I don't trust Bryce's tracker, but it does look to me like Toby has been closing the gap on Bryce. I want to see if I can get a real adjusted time here. The last one where I have both of them coming through, I'm showing Toby at 154 down.
Yeah, it just adjusted on screen too at 155.
Yeah. So yeah, it's 675. They've come through 680 and 685, but I'm not seeing both trucks through those, so I can't get a true time on that. But then when you look at the tracker, it does look like Toby has closed some ground.
Shane Lewis in the Legends category, still out charging hard, getting it done. Last I looked, Gustavo Vildosolo was leading that category. He's had a great season here as well in the Legends division.
Yeah, I think if they win, what are we, like 16 in a row or something like that in that class?
Yes. I mean, talk about sweeping the season.
Yeah. No, like it's sweeping the decade or something like that. Like,
yeah, great point.
They are in a Mason truck, and he is partnered with Ricky Johnson, so he's got the odds stacked in his favor.
So Shane is showing 5:10 right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the score tracker here, and we are showing Gus, it's like around race mile 607, and he's first place legend. He's got a couple trophy specs ahead of him, I believe 3, and then he also has Sam Baldy ahead of him. There's a kind of a nice little battle for the 2-wheel drive trophy truck lead between Brent Fox in a spec and then Sam Baldy in a 2-wheel drive trophy. But yeah, it's still basically you got two 2-wheel drive trophy trucks that are battling there, although they both would get wins.
Sam Baldy in a really tight little section there.
Yeah, that's probably, yeah, this is where you got the option, I think it is, where you got the option to drop down in the wash, or there's a high line off to the left. They had the course marked off to the left, but I almost felt like it was faster to go the way Sam is right now. Yeah, if we want to look on the map here, so he's at race mile 621. This is that Sierra Las Pintas mountain range area. You see you got Sam Baldy right there. Got a quick little refresh. This is Brent Fox. Got Harley Lettner in the Kevin Thompson truck. They've been battling a few issues. Seemed like they had a lot of flats, and then Kevin was trying his best, I think, to start a bottleneck on Fred's tractor trail, but luckily they were able to get out of that. And really, they've got a pretty good gap until they get to Max in the number 5 with his dad, Robbie. See, here's, okay. So this tracker is showing that they are really close together too. Right now we're showing Toby ahead, but I don't think, yeah, so 4 minutes ago was when Bryce had updated. So he's gonna be somewhere kind of up in this area, but they're close together. And then we gotta go a ways back before we get to Allen.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'll zoom out here, and then let's look at, you got Luke at 676 and Allen at 685. And Luke was a minute ago, so it's less than 10 miles, probably about an 8-mile gap that's going to continue to close. And then, okay, so now I think Bryce is updated. So 698, 695. Okay, I mean, I think it was about a 4 or 5 mile gap before, and now we're at like, what, 4 miles? So Toby's still a little ways back.
And problems here for the 209, Jose David Ruvalcaba, guy that has won a number of 1,000s along the way, class wins, I should say, including victories at 2023, 2019, third in Class 10 at 2024 Baja 1000. He was 5th at the 500 this year in trophy truck spec, but clearly mechanical issues going on here. Neil Drickey has come to a stop. He's talking about the 230 a little bit earlier.
All right, so we just got an update through 680. You can see on the graphic there to the left. So Luke's 6 minutes back off Allen.
Yeah, I think more importantly, Toby Price is closing that gap. He's getting back up in play here.
Yeah, Toby's definitely in striking distance. And the thing is, Toby started 2 minutes behind Bryce. So if he can just get into where he's, I mean, you're not really going to see it as much at night, but if he can see his lights, or if he can see a little bit of his dust, and just be less than 2 minutes physically behind him, then he's going to have this unadjusted. It's got some ground to make up, but it's if someone can do it, Toby Price can do it.
And talking about McMillan, as we watch him here, according to that corrected time, looks like he's only 6 minutes back now from Allen.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing out before. So that has closed up, because it used to be. Well, honestly, he's closing on Bryce because he was 20-something. He was like 21 minutes down.
Well, that's a great point. Yeah, he was close 20. Yeah,
he's not just closing on Impudia. He's closing on everybody. So he must have some really good lines through this stuff. But as we were watching him, it looked to me like, as I watched him going through the bushes and the washes there, he was getting pretty creative and linking a lot of things together. So I think that Luke has spent a lot of time dialing in his lines in this section.
Yeah, they clearly have a path. I mean, a designated path. You don't rip through this section as long as they've been doing it without it being very, very precise. And he's got the perfect navigator for it. And they're making it look easy, and it's anything but.
Correct, they planned for this. Luke is on a pace that is vicious right now. If he holds this, he's closing that gap on Menzies.
Yeah, I mean, we're still talking about 150 miles to go.
Mm-hmm. And he is hunting right now.
Yeah, this thing is not over. Very impressive run here out of Luke McMillan.
if he's able to come back from some flat tires and an extended drive shaft change, that's, I mean, I think Rob may have been a little high on 25 minutes. I don't think he sat in the pit for 25, but they definitely were there longer than they wanted to be. And it was a substantial enough amount of time that if he can make this up, that's an amazing run by Luke.
Yeah, we were kind of looking at that, Jason and I, at the desk a little bit ago. We were kind of doing that math because I think at max distance he was 21, maybe approaching 22 minutes behind.
Correct, yeah.
So clearly didn't sit there for 25 because he was already a couple of minutes behind before he'd pulled in there. So, yeah, there was probably somewhere around 15 to 17 minutes he was in the pits, and extended time, I should say.
That's off the top of my head. I was going to say 15 minutes, so I think you guys are spot on with that.
And they've been running ever since. And then they lost probably another minute, call it a minute, with that tire change.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in Rob's defense, 15 minutes sitting in a pit stop is like...
Probably feels like an hour.
Yeah, an eternity. That seems like all day. So when you're watching just time slip away, that's the most frustrating thing ever.
Yeah, and he's guesstimating. Exactly what you said. It's what it felt like to him. Well, first he said 20 minutes, and he said, well, maybe it was 25, you know, so. And still no rain here, fellas.
Yeah, I've been watching the radar, and it looks to me like heavy rain isn't going to hit till like around 2 a.m. or so.
That's what I saw. Yeah. I think we might skinny through this. Well, I mean, the leaders. I mean, obviously some of the people that are still out on track and that stuff that's coming in that you're talking about looks pretty sporty. But these leaders, I think, might get lucky here.
Oh, yeah, our leaders got it made. It's just the other 99% of the field that's going to be screwed. So.
There's some other class leaders back there that are extremely worried.
Yeah, let's see here. So there's some red and yellow that's coming around 2, 3 a.m. And it's hitting... That's starting to come into Colonet and that area, so some of this could start to push over into San Felipe. I mean, we actually, it is calling for some rain over in the San Felipe area. Yeah, the southern part of the course is going to start getting some rain here in the next few hours, and there could be some pretty heavy cells where you have some torrential downpours. They are getting very lucky though, because the red, which is, you don't want to be under that in an off-road car, is going just north of Ensenada and kind of hitting, I think it's going to hit our studio actually in San Diego. So we might have an interesting drive home out of here when we wrap this up. While we're sitting here on board with Alan, you just got to be thinking what's going through his head, because it's got to be such a letdown that you're right there in the hunt, and you know that he wants to sweep this so bad, and just to have that race right there in front of you, and then have a mechanical problem kind of, it's not totally out of the realm of reality for him, but he's got to be feeling it slip away. And then now, like, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, oh man, like, please don't DNF. Like, don't cost me the championship. And there's just so many things that, as a racer, when you're in the truck for this long, that are just going on in your head.
Yeah, I know. If it was me driving that thing, I'd be scared to death of losing the championship at this point. Like, just stay together. Let's get to the finish line. and those lights going on and off like you caught before, it seems to be getting a little bit worse.
But at the same time, you're sitting there thinking, man, that would have been cool to win this race too.
Well, and you've got plenty of time to sit there and think about it. You're not pushing near as hard anymore.
Yeah, and he's...
I mean, look at how hard Luke is pushing.
Yeah, such a difference in speed. But, and again, hats off to Alan, who's been in this thing since the start of the day.
That's another thing we talked about, is when you solo a race, when everything's going good and your adrenaline's flowing, it's all good.
Oh,
you know,
you're
not
right.
Tired at all.
You bring up a great point here, Wes.
But now for Alan, okay, you know, you feel it kind of slipping away. You're going in to just get it to the finish mode. Well, now all of a sudden you kind of start losing that adrenaline. You start getting tired. He's probably every little noise and rattle he's hearing, and you're thinking, oh man, please, please don't break. And this is where it kind of, you go from having fun out there to you're trying to salvage it, and then it can turn into a really long night. And I kind of feel for Alan, because he's such a fun, happy guy, and I think he's probably not in a happy place right now.
Yeah, the Ampudias are just wonderful people. Rodrigo Sr., I've not seen him in a couple of years, but I mean, they just don't come any nicer. His son, Rodrigo, very talented racer in his own right. A great job on short course, obviously out here in the desert as well. Alan following right in the footsteps. Just a great family. The best tacos at a short course off-road race. If you want the best tacos, you go right over there to the Ampudias. Downshift there out of the Ford. So competing there for 10 hours, as you can see the clock counting down, and we're thinking they've got another 3 or so to go at least.
That is just for the top guys, mind you.
Right, yeah.
The other
exactly.
two on this screen definitely have more than 3 hours.
Wes, I'm guessing these guys have a source of hydration, correct? I mean, a water bottle or some sort of substance may be better than water.
Yeah, most of them carry a Camelback in your door bag, or there are hydration systems that actually link into your helmet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what, like say Alan's running, but generally, you'll have in your pit stops, you've got water bottles with straws that'll get handed to you. I always liked, I had like a protein drink, electrolyte drink, had goo gels stashed in the car that the co-driver could hand to me. I think a lot of these guys would do something like that, especially Alan, when you're soloing it. You need to you're burning calories driving, so you got to be replenishing those calories, but also not upset your stomach. So there's a little bit of a balance there, and then you definitely want to stay hydrated.
Yeah, there's definitely different combinations. Electrolytes are complex, so if it was me, I'd be running sodium, potassium. I'd probably hold off on the magnesium. Definitely would add some creatine to that mix too for mental clarity. Maybe a little liposomal vitamin C. And then possibly something like a nitric oxide type booster with a little bit of caffeine, and that would be like a really well-rounded electrolyte type deal just for this sort of application, endurance-based stuff.
Got an update from Luke's pit. They're saying that they were definitely down 24 minutes doing the drive shaft change. So,
even more impressive what we're seeing here then.
Yeah. If they had 24 minutes down with the drive shaft, plus we saw at least one flat tire, then let's call it, say 25 minutes of downtime.
And they're back to 16. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I think it might be less. That was at 680. So I'd like to see through our next timer, because I think they're ahead of 680 right now. Yeah, they're like 705. We've got Bryce is already, 5 minutes ago, he crossed over Highway 3. So Bryce is heading into, he's on the Powerline Road heading west towards San Matias Walsh. And Toby is probably right in there too, because 5 minutes ago he's at 705.
And Vaughn Gittin coming in here for a pit stop.
Looking at the score tracker, Impudia was at 690, basically 700 0 minutes ago, and Luke was at 696 1 minute ago, so Luke's still closing on him.
Yeah.
Because he was, last I checked, he was like 6 miles back. Now he's, 3.5 back?
Cleaning the windshield on that Ford. Not everybody has one of those.
Is this a driver change? Is that what they're doing, or is that co-driver stepping out? You see that?
Was that one of the Ford trucks?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of drivers in those. I guess that 766, I think that's, I feel like Lauren Healy was starting. I've got some notes on that. And then you had Vaughn driving and Bailey Campbell. Let's see if I can find my notes.
And they're at 285 right now.
Let's see here. Yeah, Lauren was starting, taking it to 280, and then Vaughn was going to Morelia Junction, which is like 546, I think. So what mile were we at right now?
They're at 285, it's showing.
285. So, they might be doing their driver change right there. So Lauren would be getting out, Vaughn would be getting in right now. That would make sense. And they're probably in the speed zone just past BFG. Is that BFG 2, I think? Yeah, BFG 2.
They are paying quite a bit of attention to the front of that car.
Still see the physical speed out of McMillan's truck in comparison to Ampudia's truck. So tracking him down, I think all said and done here, if it stays the way it is, he's going to at least run down third place.
While we're watching Von Gittin here, I'm getting an update. So on the other Ford truck, he's saying Bailey Cole hit a rain rut and ripped the left front off the car at race mile 20. So yeah, we were talking about them. That's the 773, and you know they were not even to order upon at, I think it was like 5:30 at night, and then we had some in-car with them too. So they've got a long day ahead of them, and you know I think with these stock trucks, it's definitely kind of tortoise in the hare here. You can't drive them very hard, or you're gonna break the truck. So you just gotta drive what it can do. And so here we are on board with the Ranger Raptor. So Bailey Cole, that's you know, Dave Cole is so Bailey has been around racing forever, and you know knows like King of the Hammers and rock crawling, all of that. Wayne Israelson actually has a shop right out there. I used to do my shock tuning with Wayne. He is the owner of Alltech Motorsports, a great shock tuner. So, but those two, I guess we're showing them on the map. I think they're probably just past San Quintin, and they're gonna have, you know, a long night ahead of them, and probably a long day tomorrow, and maybe even a little bit of a long night tomorrow.
Class 10 up on them?
Yeah, look at the Class 10 car. I was just looking up Romain Dumas. I thought the name sounded familiar. An extremely talented driver there for Ford that they also brought in here. An endurance racing, GT sports car prototype style racing. So they brought him in here, along with, from what I understand, there's 80 people here. A lot of them engineers from Ford, getting real life experience and learning how to make things better inside of those vehicles, celebrating 15 years for the Raptor with this race. So a pretty big effort there out of Ford. Some really talented drivers.
You know, and I mean, what better place to prove your product than a SCORE Baja race? Yeah, if you want to show that you have a very capable vehicle, then coming to the Baja 1000 and go running it in a stock form, you know, that is a true proving ground.
"17 years ago with the Raptor.
Our lead trophy trucks are into San Matias Wash. So they are heading up San Matias Wash. They're going to be up into that speed zone just east of the turnoff to Mike's Sky Ranch. And then they'll be in speed zone all the way to the goat trail. But we're getting into that kind of final 100 miles I've been talking about. And they should start potentially getting into some rain up there as well. So we'll see. I mean, this could play into Toby's favor a little bit if he can get close enough to where dust would be a factor. If there is a little bit of rain and it keeps that dust down, Toby could close onto Bryce a little more easily than if it's dusty. as we're looking at this with Alan and Luke, I'm looking at the tracker, and just every time I look at the tracker, it looks to me like Luke is getting closer.
Left for Hopkins, stay right along the ridge.
If we could do a split with Alan and Luke, Alan should be crossing Highway 3 right now. There you go, he's crossing Highway 3 right now. So now how long is it until, I just set a stopwatch, how long until Luke crosses?
All good. Blue left 3.
Looking at the track,
Copy that. We are
Luke is not that far back.
into the speed zone on the left.
Blue left 4 tightens.
Yeah, that was their crew radioing to Luke, letting them know where they're at. I'm thinking they're just doing a visual right there, and he's just letting them know that that's where they're parked. But he could also be letting them know that there's a pit there. Luke's still a little ways out. It's been just over 50 seconds since Alan came through. But this, 10-minute gap that Alan had over Luke, that's gone.
Yeah, and worth a note, too, the last pit stop for Luke, as we recall, he came in and just took a quick splash. I mean, very, very quick in comparison to Alan that was in there a little bit longer as well.
Yeah, okay, so here's the road crossing.
Yep.
He's like a minute 22
wow.
back.
Impressive run.
So, I mean, that's, what was it, 15 minutes ago, he was 6 minutes back? So, I mean, he's reeling Alan in at an extremely high pace. We also threw 7:21.
Yeah, look at Toby Price.
There, we got Toby 25 seconds down. So it looks like Toby's closing on Bryce as well.
What about the leader? Copy, what about the leader? Stay left straight through.
Looking at the tracker, we should start to see Alan's lights here pretty soon. Alan has turned on to the pole line road. Luke's about to make that right-hander onto the pole line road.
18.5 minutes off the leader physically. 18.5 minutes off of leader physically.
Copy that, thank you.
Okay, so there you go.
Go get him, boys.
Right 5 airplane. Blue left 4 tight, and then stay left.
So if they were, as they said, 24, and we figured the flat tire 25 minutes, they have closed up 7 minutes.
17.5, not 18.5.
So if they're 17 and a half
I was
back,
gonna say there's another minute right there.
well, if right now they're physically 17 and a half back, they started 4 minutes behind Bryce, so that'd be a 13 and a half minute unadjusted.
Pole on the left.
Actually, I think that'd be 14 and a half because it'd only be 3 minutes. Because with Bryce starting first and them starting fourth.
Stay right at the pole. Pole on the left.
But he really should be be seeing Alan's lights off in the distance here pretty soon.
Pole on the right. Danger, big rocks.
And then, of course, he has to get around Alan as well. That's going to consume a bit of time.
He needs to try to get him in this whooped out section right here because there's multiple lines. This is actually an easy place to pass because it doesn't get super dusty here. There may have been a little bit of rain. I don't see any dust in the air, hardly at all. So there could have been a little bit of rain holding the dust down. And then you've got, it's so whooped out here, you've got multiple lines on this road where you could make a pass.
The
I
difference
think Alan
in
knows
speed.
he's hurt too, so he's probably not going to fight too hard to hold him off, I wouldn't think.
Left 5 down, blue dot.
Yeah, I don't think he has much to fight with. I mean, looking at the difference in speed here, it's not even close.
The right berm, then left berm times 2. Rock in the left berm. Pole on the right. Drops off. Rock on the right. Stay left 5 over. Rock. Stay left at the pole. Tightens.
What an impressive run here out of Luke.
Rock center. Stay right of the pole.
And you know, Price and Toby are getting the job done too. I mean, those trucks are flying as well.
Well, and those two guys, they're in the speed zone from San Matias to the Goat Trail. They're about halfway through it. I believe we have in-car back with Bryce right now. Yeah, we do. So this will be cool to see because he's going to be going up the Goat Trail here in just a minute. So watching him go through the speed zone, that's boring, but as soon as he gets to the Goat Trail, we'll pick back up with Bryce. So you got two really good battles going right now. Bryce and Toby for the overall win, and then third and fourth right now with Luke. And at the pace Luke's going, he's actually reeling in Bryce and Toby at the same time. It's just, I think he's going to run out of miles. But we'll see. I mean, he is pushing really hard. And he's done this before. He's literally made up this amount of time on Bryce before.
Let's get to his lights. Stop. Yeah.
Alan is pulled over.
Rock on the right, slate
Yep. Yep. And there he goes. McMillan just went sailing by, so Alan showing some real respect there. Pulls over, gets out of the way, and lets him go.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a smart move by Alan because why risk anything? At this point, he's just trying to salvage a championship, and you don't want to. When you got somebody charging as hard as Luke is, just let him go.
Rock middle, a little twisty, caution.
The worst thing for Alan would have been if he tried to hold him off and Luke tapped him or something and broke something on his truck and then he DNF'd.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, really smart move.
Left 4, then right 3. Rocks in the course. Stay left 5 up.
So now, how far back is Luke from Toby and Bryce?
Well, you were talking about it before. I mean, even if your math, a couple of minutes ago was at 13 minutes, and I'm thinking he started this at mile 365 to get here, and it's taken him that long to shave off 8 minutes, 9 minutes. So I agree with you, Wes. I don't think he has enough miles based on the pace that everybody is running right now to catch up with those guys. But if anything happens to those first two guys,
yeah,
it's not as narrow as it used to be.
I mean, it's 350 miles he's gone. It's taken him 350 miles to make up 8 or 9 minutes.
Yeah, what I was just going to say is I think the pace he's on right now, if he continues to close at that same rate, he's still going to end up probably 5 minutes back.
Check out the drop off, the right 3, rocks on the right inside.
I think the question here is, can Toby get into? He's got to be within 1 minute and 59 seconds of Bryce, and he would win by 1 second.
Yeah, and so those guys aren't backing off at all because there's no way. I mean, Bryce knows exactly where Toby is, so he has to stay. He has to keep the pressure on here. And this last 100 miles, I mean, probably pretty close to about 100 miles to go at this point. He's got to get after it here. I mean, based on what we're seeing here, I think corrected would go to Toby.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get an updated time. Okay, so on Racer Redefined through check 11, which I'm not sure what race mile that is.
So San Matthias
Okay,
pit, we need oil.
7:25. So 7:25, Toby's down 24 seconds on adjusted.
You guys got a copy
So
of
Toby's closing the gap.
drops off left forward.
Yes, I can go ahead.
And through that last 5 miles,
Alan just stopped.
At the San Matthias pit, we're down
through that last 5 miles, Bryce averaged 57.81 and Toby averaged 59.46. So Toby's definitely, you know, he's a mile and a half an hour faster on average speed through that.
So right.
Okay. I think Luke just crossed Highway 3 right there, and now he's up into San Matthias Wash. Alan shouldn't be too far behind him. It's an area where you're right up against a hill, and there's some windmills there with a bunch of those Agatia, and I think that's where Alan's at. And then, yeah, Luke is into San Matthias Wash. But unfortunately for those two, Toby and Bryce are almost on the go trail.
At main pit, we need to add engine oil.
You were talking about that before, Jason.
Duncan, the pit copy.
Oh yeah,
They'll be
he's
ready
burn
This
oil.
is the Gibbs power plant, though.
Copy, thank you.
They all burn oil. It just depends on how much and how fast. So that is definitely normal.
Danger, big rocks in the cores. We're 5 miles out, race mile 7:15. Sweeping left 5. Big rocks on the left.
Not easy making some 11, 1,200 horsepower. Uses some stuff up.
Rock on the left berm. Right 3, rocks in the cores.
We should have Bryce going up the goat trail here very shortly.
Blue left 4 tightens. Rock in the left berm.
Boy, that thing sounds good.
Rock in the right berm.
Those shifts are crisp.
And he's letting it leg out pretty good too on that second gear.
Yeah, it sounded like he was getting everything out of it he could. They're not playing around. He's going after it. On the other hand,
once they hit the goat trail, that's race mile 734. And Rancho Nelson, you know, we're cutting this race was going to be 854 miles, but we're cutting a little bit off here. So we got, you know, less than 100 miles to go from the goat trail on.
yeah, I know you had said that finish line was adjusted, and I was curious how much it adjusted the mileage that we were running.
Trying to see if I can get a mile at Rancho Nelson. It's basically race mile 20. So we'll be at like 8:34 to the finish at Nelson. We'll be shaving 20 miles off this.
Yeah, so right at 100 miles in to go.
Yeah. And we're not really seeing any rain yet.
Well, I'm looking at that on Alan Amputia's onboard. It looks like
maybe there's a few drops there.
A few drops there, yeah.
Yeah, a moment ago
But
it was
we're not
more
seeing
obvious.
stuff on Luke, so I think those might just be dust particles that are reflecting that kind of look like they might be rain.
Uh-huh.
Because you don't see any drops on Luke's.
Yeah, the dust on the hood is not being distorted either. You would think you'd see something moving around.
Luke is just moving.
Luke is flying.
I've been watching Bryce's on board, and unfortunately that froze again. So I was hoping we were going to be able to cut to him going up the goat trail, but they keep having intermittent problems with his onboard camera, and then Toby's is down too right now. So unfortunately we're kind of stuck with Alan. I do believe we have some cameras in those areas though, so we might get some shots, exterior shots of those guys as our leaders come through. So I think kind of right in that goat trail area, we should have a nice exterior shot showing Bryce and Toby coming through there. When that'll give us a better idea too of what that gap is.
Luke's infringing on 100? No, he just backed out. He was on it.
Third gear.
He was in fourth, pretty
Was he in
pretty
fourth?
heavy, yeah. He just brought it back down. There's back and forth.
Yeah.
That Walsh is pretty fast, and well, he's almost a San Matias right now, and you're running parallel to the highway. So he's got Highway 3 to his left, that's where all the spectators are, and then you got a barbed wire fence on your right. You actually can see some cars on the highway.
Check out off camber right, big hole on the left.
And he's real close to hopping into the speed zone here.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That was a hole.
That was a hole, man. That was a good call out.
Yeah, so right here he's going into the speed zone.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this is 60-mile-an-hour speed zone now, all the way to the goat trail.
And so going now talking about the speed zone, and when we were doing some of that corrected time, Wes, bringing it back to 13 minutes for him, I think our two leaders were in the speed zone at that time, so he was probably closing that back up. So we probably need to take a look at that once he gets out of the speed zone and then see what that gap really is.
Mm-hmm. That would be the most accurate, yeah.
We'll give Luke a chance to get through that. Speed zone is fairly lengthy.
It is. And so, I mean, he's going to average, it's 60 miles an hour, so pretty much, a mile a minute through here. And I was trying to see if I could get an exact mileage. So check 3 is right where they hit the speed zone, which I'm showing is 719. And then the goat trail starts at 734.
Yeah, so 35 miles there. That is a long time.
Right.
Oh, this is Rob Mack's truck. So the 11 truck?
Can you hear? Can you hear?
I'm thinking Rob is in it now.
Yeah, I think he is. I'm looking on the tracker right now to see where he's at, because he was getting in at El Chinero. Yeah, Rob's in the truck right now.
Almost looks like he's getting in it. It looks like he's pulling
No,
shoulder belts down.
They're at 600 right now, so they're doing the driver change. So Josh is getting out, Rob's getting in. but they're quite a ways back from the rest of the all-wheel drive trophy truck field. Max Gordon is not a super far way behind Impudia as well. You know, if Alan's got to keep limping this thing, there's potential Max could start catching him too. There's a decent gap there, but it's not what it used to be.
Yeah, and for sure at this point, Ampudia's got to be in save mode. Just get it across the line.
100%.
Shane Lewis still ripping in the Legends category.
According to Racer Redefined, at race mile 7, actually no, not 7:25. So check 11. I'm not sure where check 11 is. But we were showing Toby 24 seconds back, then Luke McMillan 14:57, and Impudia 20:06. So Impudia is steadily falling back. Luke is slowly creeping up, and then Toby's right in the mix.
Yeah, but Luke's in that speed zone, so he's going to start losing some more time here by the time he gets out of that speed zone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I say that. It's not necessarily true. I mean, if they're on the goat trail, how much faster than 60 miles an hour can you go on the goat trail?
Right. Well, it's slower than 60, but
yeah, so he's not going to lose any more time to those guys.
But it's still relative, because you have to keep in mind they will get back up to a pace while, in essence, he will still be in the speed zone.
Yeah, the adjusted should hold no matter what. Just we'll see physical distance will change, but adjusted time should stay the same in theory.
Back in spec here.
Let's look at the score tracker, see if we can get some updates on some of these other classes.
Yeah, last we looked, and Sam was leading and Baldy was leading in spec.
Yeah. Still showing Brent Fox. He hasn't updated in 9 minutes, but he was at 670.
I'm sorry, yeah, I said Sam in spec, that he's two-wheel drive, he's leading in two-wheel drive, but yeah. I think right behind Brent in spec.
Yeah, those two have been kind of neck and neck all day. Sam is right behind the Brent Fox team, and Sam's actually out of the car. I was looking.
How far behind is Cameron from Sam?
A ways, I think. Let me see.
Oh, he had those issues there for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean he's in striking distance. Everyone's trackers haven't updated, so I mean let's see if we can listen in on Impudia and hear what's going on here.
Tools out once again.
Something to eat or drink?
Jason, what do you think's going on here?
Well, underneath that area is the front diff, steering, etc. It's hard to tell because I can't really see what, in essence, they were just removed another panel to get more access, but it's hard to tell what they're actually touching.
So this is BFG 6 in Hamau, and I'm going to say that those lights we see coming, that should be Bryce. So,
did you get any more info on the reads? Tracker is showing them apparently maybe a DNF.
well, I think they had said they had broken a transmission and they were trying to fix it. But maybe they weren't able to fix it.
Was that Bryce that just went blowing by?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I don't know if those lights off in the distance there, if that's Toby.
Now that the camera moved over, it's hard to tell. Yeah.
I started a stopwatch here, so we'll see physical, how far back is Toby right now?
And we're thinking Toby would stop here one last time, right?
I don't think Toby is pitting at BFG pits. So I don't know if Toby's going to need fuel or not, but they're pitting with Jimco and their own team.
Gotcha. They took a splash.
Okay, so this should be Toby.
At the last one.
Okay, all right. We're at 107 right now, and he started 2 minutes back. He's going to have him on adjusted right now. So as Toby comes through, okay, he's not pitting. All right, so I had him on my stopwatch there at 1:23 back, so he should be over 30 seconds, basically like 37 seconds ahead of Bryce on adjusted time. So according to my calculations, I've got Toby Price winning this on adjusted right now.
With 90 miles to go, approximately.
Yep.
We've got a race, fellas.
We do. So that was cool because I trust my stopwatch and what we just saw in a single shot more than any tracker or anything. Not to say the trackers aren't correct, but it's just, we never really know. Well, right there we just saw, and it was 1:23, and we know he started 2 minutes back.
Yeah, it's nice to confirm it with your own eyes.
Exactly. And it doesn't look like they had gotten any rain in that area to me. And the dust was pretty bad. I'm checking radar right now to see what we got going on.
Yeah, certainly nobody there as we're watching with any rain gear on.
No. And I'm looking at radar right now, and it's, honestly, I think these guys are going to be dry all the way into the finish. So I don't think rain really is going to be a factor for leaders through this entire race.
And Alan's guys have moved on to actual surgery. So they're definitely diving into something. It's got to be steering.
So this entire time they're doing all the work on the car, Max Gordon is closing on them.
Fourth place for Max would not be bad.
Yeah, if Max and Robbie were able to pull a fourth place overall, that's pretty impressive for that. I mean, that'd be our first non-Mason.
Correct.
And to have a truck with 2 engines and all the things they got going on with that would be a good accomplishment for them.
I mean, I'd say the good news is they're working frantically, so they obviously feel like they can get this thing fixed and put back together and getting back out on course. That's the upside.
They still have plenty of time, and he could still win the championship, mind you. So,
yeah, take your time here, get it put back together, so you know it's going to make the finish line. And if he finishes fifth, no harm, no foul. Better off getting it fixed now, just so he can find the finish within the allotted amount of time. You want to tell him to turn the wheel, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, because right there, like I was saying, you really only have steering and the front differential. And none of this leads me to think that this is a differential problem.
So you think like steering box?
It's hard to say, it's really difficult to see what they're grabbing, but you've got, the steering box, you've got the swingers, the ram, and obviously the system plumbing. So could be a line issue, could be a box issue, could be a bent sector shaft, although this doesn't look like a bent sector shaft or something with the pitman arm side. That typically will be on the bottom. This to me seems more of the top side, so this could be something with the pressure system plumbing, stuff like that.
Frantically working on Alan Amputia's truck. The leaders are under 100 miles to go here at the 58th running of the BFGoodrich Tires SCORE Baja 1000. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment. You can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles en lo que más necesitas. Y una gran variedad de productos para tener tu auto en buen estado. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
On board here with Luke McMillan, the 83 truck still pushing extremely hard. We welcome you back here to the BFGoodrich Tires 58th running of the SCORE Baja 1000. As we are nearing the end of this one, less than 100 miles to go, Luke McMillan has been digging hard since a drive shaft change at race mile 365, and has worked himself back into a podium position. Of course, up ahead of him, about 13 minutes or so, somewhere in 13, 14 minutes or so in that general area, now that he's out of that speed zone, are our two leaders. And it's going to be a dogfight right to the very end, it would appear, between the 94 truck of Bryce Menzies, Christopher Polvorty, and of course Toby Price, that has really been tracking them in, and we believe is leading this race on corrected time between him and his co-driver as well. So nicely done by Toby Price and Paul Wheel to get in the position that they're in.
And this is just a phenomenal shot of him just absolutely
He has put on a
pace.
clinic, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, here at nighttime, since the sun has set, he and his navigator have been just incredible. Jason Dugan giving perfect notes, and Luke McMillan right on the throttle, man, every inch of the way. Very impressive.
A key to that symmetry is notice Duncan's call out and then pay attention to how Luke either lifts or not lifts and where he puts that. And it's like perfect symmetry.
Forward, then stay right of the bush. Check up, left 3 drops off, caution.
Alan is still working away.
Yeah, still working on Alan's truck.
Stay right forward, inside airplane. Stay left straight through.
So while they were working on this, Max got by. So Max is now ahead of Alan.
That is a well-earned fourth for them.
Yeah, I mean, and they're not that far back from our leaders that are throwing down a blistering pace. So, I mean, a very respectable run for Max and Robbie.
Leave it to Gordon to infringe upon the Mason supremacy. Is Max stopped?
Looks like are they in the pits?
Speed zone. No,
the speed zone.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's the speed zone.
Good call. Yeah, 60 miles an hour right there.
Just unfortunately that camera shot doesn't do justice to what he's actually doing.
I think you're supposed to shut your lights off so you don't blind oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
These highways are open to local traffic. And so I think that's what we're seeing right here is they've got the majority of their lights off.
Back to our in-car driving clinic.
Yeah, exactly. 80 miles an hour a moment ago. Second gear down into the 40s and 50s.
They should be getting pretty close to that Hamau area where BFG 6 is at. Tracker's showing them at 741, and that pit, I think, was 743. Yeah, 7 there. We should have that same shot. That's an interesting section there.
Ooh, yeah.
You come through those boulders.
First gear.
At the 400, it ran it the other way, and guys were going what would have been to the right side of that boulder, but the rain they've been getting there prior to the race washed a bunch of the sand away, and now there's a big ledge there. So it's forcing everybody to go in between those boulders like Luke just did. But he's probably like a mile and a half out from the BFG pit. So if we have that shot from the BFG pit, we should be seeing Luke's lights coming into there pretty quickly. I wish I would have kept my stopwatch going, but unfortunately I shut it off.
Airplane left 5. Straddle Big Rock center. Drop in the left berm, caution.
Pretty big job there for Alan and Pudia as those guys continue to thrash on that truck.
Check up, tight left, 4 over, rocks outside.
I mean, at this point, you just want to get the truck where you know you 100% can finish, and you're not going to have a mechanical issue out in the middle of nowhere where you can't get to it, and then you might DNF. So just take the time, get the truck back to where you know you're going to make it to the finish and go clinch that championship.
So if he does not finish, Wes, where does that leave the standings?
Then Toby Price will be the champion. Because Toby Price is sitting second and Luke's third, but he's got a...
Sitting second in the points you're talking about, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Toby's second in points and Luke is third in points, but Toby's got, 13 points over Luke. So in order to make that up, Luke would have to finish ahead of Toby by, 5 spots or something like that. All right, Luke's in Hamau here. Yeah, here we go. Here's a shot of him coming by the BFG pit.
Tight right 4. Silt ahead, stay right around, check up, or big check up. Tight left 4, then stay right.
So I don't know exactly how long it's been since Toby and Bryce came through there, but it's been a while. It's
Go.
Luke, I think, is making ground, but as we said before, he's just going to run out of miles here.
Straight through the old water puddle. Straight airplane. Straight through airplane. Left 5 up airplane. Left 5 up and left 6 over. Blue right 5. Check up, left 4 off the road, stay inside. Tight left 4, watch the rocks airplane. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Airplane, sweeping right 5.
It's impressive how fortunate we are to be able to watch this.
Yeah.
15 years ago this didn't exist.
And to hear the magic, just that little bit of interaction between the two, they're on point. They're having fun.
Blue check up straight over, then right 4, watch the rocks.
And this is only going to get better.
Well, and you're right. I mean, we were never able to see or hear this before. They can't come back and relay that moment to anybody. It's impossible to do. But if we can see it and listen to it, we know that's a little piece of magic right there that just happened.
I mean, a true professional hunting. This is as hard as it gets.
Right, left 5 airplane. Yep, keep going. Tight right 5, straight over, ditch on the left. All good, keep going, straight over, straight through. Big ditch on the right, check up, stay left, straight through the ditch. Big ditch. Stay right on the graded road. Airplane. Right 5 left 5 airplane. A little twisty. Big checkup, slow down, tight left 4, big ditch on the right. Got the fence.
So quick question for you guys. Is he actually reading his notes off of that screen?
Which
or does he have
pointing to?
The on the navigator side? The the navigation screen. Where are his notes? What is he reading those notes from?
I don't remember Duncan's specific style on that. But it's not technically off that GPS.
I mean, when you look at the cab, it's fairly dark in there. He has some sort of device to obviously help him be spot on.
we always ran lead nav, and the notes would be in the lead nav. On the Lowrance that he's got, usually you would have your notes on the screen. I don't see that many notes on the screen there. Well, no, there are notes there.
There's a few notes on there.
It's just markings. It's not like words per se. So it's not like reading out like.
I noticed that in what you just said, Wes. I mean, I saw that, but I was like, man, that isn't near enough notes to compare to the words that he's using, you know? So that made me wonder.
Well, as you said it, I think there was an area where there weren't a lot of notes, and then as we were talking, all of a sudden you saw notes start kind of running through that screen. But yeah, generally, like I co-dogged before, and we used a Lowrance, and they were just on the screen of the Lowrance, so you're just literally reading your notes off there. And sometimes, like Jason's saying, you can use a symbol, but that symbol means something that then Jason knows what to say.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense, yeah.
Luke might also have another small GPS on his left shoulder.
Gotcha.
It's hard to see with this camera angle, and I don't remember if they have one in that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a version of shorthand, if you will, that they use.
Yeah, you can kind of see it, but it's not like dictating word for word.
Right.
Duncan is in essence just using that as his reference points, whereas like the lead nav, that's just more like reading. It's like it sounds like it's reading to you.
Sweeping right 5 airplane. Big checkup. Cut and tight left 4 off the road. Ditch on the right. Good. Go, 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 go. Left 5 airplane.
This section that I talked about it before, how it winds all over the place, and it just kind of backtracks and goes all over, and it just, as a driver, a co-driver coming through here, I feel like it just seems like it takes forever to get through here, because you just seem like you're on the outskirts of Ensenada, and you're getting close to Ojos, and you can kind of feel the finish coming, but then you just start winding all over the place, and there's rain ruts all over. It's kind of rough. You've got a couple little rocky sections, so you've got to be careful and pick your way through. But at the same time, there are fast spots. Like I think Luke's pretty close to Nuevo Junction right now, and that's super fast in that area.
You feel like you're close, but you can't get there from here.
Yeah, I mean, he just hit 91 miles an hour right there. So this is the fast part of it. But where Bryce and Toby are, they're in a section where it just seems like you endlessly wind through bushes and rocks and mountains, and it just goes on forever.
And then a tight right 4 airplane. Straight airplane, straight airplane, straight airplane, straight airplane, straight airplane. Drops off right 5 airplane. Big drop off dip, blue dot. Sweeping left 5, left of the tree, straight through, jump the ditch.
I mean, you'd think he drove this road every single day of his life.
Well, this is an area that SCORE races through all the time. So somebody like Luke that's been racing in SCORE for so long, he's been on this road right here probably 100+ times at least.
Airplane right 5. Caution checkup. Left 4 tightens over. Straight over drops off. Check tight right 4 rocks in the course. Left 4 drops off straight through. left 4.
I am really happy we have the onboard from Luke, but it is super disappointing we don't have onboards from Bryce or Toby as we go back to the pit here with Alan Ampudia. And still digging on this one.
Yeah, I really wish we had on board with Toby and Bryce, because I think Toby is right on him and potentially trying to make a pass. They're going to come into K77. I think we may have some more cameras where we'll get another look. So at 775, we've got a camera. We're a little ways from there, but we may actually get some social media updates. If any fans are out there watching it, you're at K77. When these guys come through, post it to SCORE International and tag it, or we'll tag SCORE International and we'll take a look at that.
On board with Max there, as you can see, making his way closer to the finish line. I would say the plus for Alan Ampudia's team is that the navigator's still sitting on the side of the truck with the helmet on. So, well, I mean, you know, obviously the communication is we're going to get this done, guys. You know, don't get out of the truck. We're okay here.
There's no way they're going to give up on that championship.
Well, we have our drivers on this final leg. I was out there pre-running, did a segment in this little area, so let's take one last look as they're coming into the finish of what this section looks like and what they're dealing with on their way to the finish line. As our leaders continue to battle for the win, they've gone through the washes of San Felipe, the desert of Borrego, all the way up north towards Saldana, where it gets really sandy, and then turned and came south through Arroyo Grande Wash and over to San Matias Pass. At that point, they hopped into a speed zone on Highway 3 from San Matias to the Goat Trail. They're going to be in the night, in the dark, taking it all the way to the finish here, a little bit over 100 miles through Jamao, Nuevo Junction, Santa Catarina, and then at K77, they cross back over Highway 3, do a little loop back to Ojos, and then into Ensenada and the finish. So let's see who takes it home to the checkers and puts it on top of the podium. So right now, our leaders are closing in on that K77 area. So they will be hopping onto Highway 3, quick little speed zone there, and then through a gate to the left. And then they'll be on the other side of the highway. Then basically they're working their way back to Ojos, and you know, and then Rancho Nelson is just past Ojos, and you know, we should have a winner here fairly shortly.
It looks really different during the day there, Wes.
Yeah, I think you know, getting that perspective of what it looks like during the night and then being able to see that during the day is. Yeah, it kind of shows you what these guys are racing through, because it's tough to tell with just the lights here.
Check out caution, tight right 3.
Yeah, really nice job with all that stuff. I know it took a lot of time to basically run this whole course and put those bits together, but thanks for taking the time, man. I think it really helps out. Certainly gives me a much better perspective, so I would think the fans at home would be enjoying that as well.
And those shots that you just showed were beautiful Baja shots.
Yeah, when the course, like for the 1,000, I mean, I just love when it goes down by Catavina in that area. I think that's one of the more beautiful areas of the entire peninsula. And then you go through so much terrain. You start off kind of in the mountains up above Ensenada and more kind of a chaparral, and then you're on the coast. Then they were down in the cactus forest by Catavina, and then the deserts and washes of San Felipe, and now we're kind of back up into those mountains, you know, in between the Pacific side and Cia Cortez side, where you get back in more of that kind of chaparral where they're in all these bushes here.
On board there with EJ Herbst, once again inside of the spec category.
Derecha cerrada de no. Derecha cerrada de no. Derecha cerrada de no.
I think the navigator has his foot propped up on something there. Giving it a little bit of a break. Also see that tube hanging there that you don't want underneath your foot while he's standing there.
If you hop out to change a tire, you don't want to step on that either.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Well, unlike like a front engine trophy truck, the specs, they're not running, so typically you'll have oil or torque converter tanks right there.
Okay.
So on this, you don't have that. It's a non-dry sump system, so you definitely have more tow room as opposed to having a big oil tank sitting right there in a normal front engine trophy truck.
Ooh. Rough little area. Looks like the boys on the Ford Bronco still making their way forward. By the way, got some clarification from Greg Fouts, who said they raced the original Raptor R for the first time at the Baja 1000 2008, right before the Raptor was released. Had to race in Class 8 at the time.
I tried to turn it off. I could be wrong, but man, I felt like there was a silk bed coming up down the right, and we said it's going to get huge. And we made a left lane through that bush. Remember, we turned around, came back. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Our leaders are about 50 miles out from the finish. I was just doing some calculations here. Yeah, I'm thinking they're gonna finish right around 15 hours and 15 minutes or so, which at the start of the race, we were kind of talking about what do we think the average speed was gonna be, and we were thinking it was gonna be right around 55, and that's basically, we're pretty spot on right now. I think it would be 54.7 or something if things kind of hold as they are.
And we have put together another nice little clip here that we're going to play. Sit back and enjoy. We'll be back to the action here in just a moment.
Where the fire stingers?
Well, they told me that this was a social clip. I didn't realize this was the clip, but we had actually seen this a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And fortunately, it looks like this is why you can see the fueler there wearing the vest that, or the apron that they're wearing, but how quickly things can go wrong out here. Fortunately, team members with fire extinguishers in hand.
Is that a BFG pit? Yeah.
I went back to take this guy off.
Oh, that was great news. Said he was okay.
Worst case, just a little bit of stuff on the car, wipe it off and keep going.
Now, you get sprayed with that stuff, it sucks all the oxygen out of the air. It's
brutal.
Yeah, it's a tense moment, man. Could have been really bad, but fortunately all the safety items there were within reach. People holding them like they're supposed to. Consequently, everybody gets out of it okay.
Check out big drop off and the cut left 3 off the road. Right 4 over airplane. Left 5.
Incredible to watch this terrain that these trucks just soak up and make it look like nothing. Well, Wes over there doing some calculations, so you're thinking a little bit less than an hour left in this competition here, huh, Wes?
Definitely. They're averaging over 50 miles an hour. It's a little bit slower sections. I'm kind of thinking they're going to average about 50 through this last bit. And, we got under 50 miles to go, so that's a little bit under an hour, I think, till we get to the finish line.
I just had Rob Naughton just sent me a message, said he should be able to get me a time split at mile 775. So we'll see if he's able to get that back to us.
Okay. Yeah, so 775, that should be before they get to they should be there right now, to be honest. Like yeah, that's right before they get to K77. That's kind of Rancho La Vuelta area.
Yeah, he sent that to me 5 minutes ago. I just now got it.
I think that Toby is right on Bryce. He's probably like 30 seconds back just out of his dust would be my guess.
Oh, they're putting parts back together. Looks like they're putting panels back on here for Ampudia.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, that sounds like they're possibly changing tires here as well.
May as well.
Might as well, right? I mean,
might as well put fuel in it too.
It just sounded familiar. It's like, well, they must be getting close if they're doing that.
The problem is basically all the all-wheel drive trophy trucks that are running have now passed him. So Luke got by him, and then while he's been sitting there, Max went by, Dan McMillan went by, and now Harley Lettner has gone by.
But still able to salvage the championship here, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, that's all that really matters now.
Yeah, I mean, I think once they knew they weren't going to win, at that point, when you stopped right here, and really Luke had gotten by, so you weren't even going to be on the podium. Yeah, just however long it takes. I mean, if they had to sit there for 2 hours fixing this, it doesn't matter. You just got to, when they leave this pit, that thing's got to be able to make it to the finish.
Stay right, straight through. Let's giddy up. Got 5 airplane. Right 6 airplane. Right 5 airplane. Right 5
Man,
airplane.
we haven't been watching this, but Rob Mack that Jimco truck is still sitting there at 600. I'm thinking, they were having those broken coilover issues with their shocks, with the limit straps being broken, and I'm thinking they're continuing to have some issues with that. So that truck might be out. It's been sitting there for quite some time now. Luke's continuing to throw it down.
Yeah, I just asked Fig if he could send that split too. I mean, if he's going to get us a split on the first two, why not hang with it and we'll find out just how far back Luke is.
Yeah, for sure. I think, yeah, if I had to guess, I'm going to say he's been closing, just not fast enough.
Fig, a talented racer in his own right, Pro 2 champion in short course. Out there working with him, and there's an external shot. You said we might get one there, Wes, and a good look at Bryce coming through. Maybe we can put a clock on this. We'll see if we get this split back from Rob.
I started a stopwatch, but I don't have a...
Yeah, Chip just chimed in and said check 12 was at 7:81. That'll give us a corrected time.
Okay. Yeah, they're getting to an area where we're going to have a ton of visuals, you know, or teams that are doing visuals there. I mean, Toby's less than 30 seconds back. You can just tell right now by the distance right there. I'm going to say when we get splits from somebody, Toby's going to be 30 seconds off of Bryce, which that means he's got a 1.5 minute lead on adjusted. All Toby's got to do is sit right here, hold pace, and he's got this thing. Back on board here with Justin Lambert. He's in one of those factory Polaris cars. And it looks like most of the field is going to be battling dust all night because that dust is just hanging.
Toby has got to be close. Some of the guys from RPI just told me it's roughly 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we could see from that shot, I mean, the lights of both trucks were in the same shot. Mm-hmm. So it's...
And that first shot of Bryce, he was literally passing the RPI box truck.
Right.
And Justin's still putting in work.
Okay, so I'm hearing this, that Toby is in front physically and Bryce is 23 seconds behind Toby. So when we saw those trucks come through, maybe that first truck was Toby.
Inversed?
That's what I'm hearing right now. Well, we're a couple miles out from Chip Pulvardi giving us an update. Like you said, it's 7:81. So let's see what Chip's got to say. But
this will be a big one for Toby.
SCORE is showing Toby in front of Bryce.
Yeah, it's been doing that for a little while though.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, like right now, well,
still not.
If you're seeing the
Bryce.
same thing I've got, yeah, Bryce hasn't updated for 15 minutes. I want to see what Racer Redefined is showing. See, Racer Redefined shows Bryce still ahead, which I thought it looked like Bryce when we came by. I was looking at some other stuff too, so I didn't like really stare at that truck, but
I don't know. It's difficult to tell in the nighttime.
Yeah, the thing is, they're both Red Bull trucks, and they're both Masons. So at night, they don't look a whole lot different. You know, I guess Bryce has the Optima sticker on there, and Toby's got the Australian flag.
Yeah.
But
at nighttime at 90 miles an hour as they zing by.
Yeah, they look pretty damn close to
And
the
the
same
dust.
truck. Michael McFadden has been having a good run. The last I saw, he was kind of right behind. He was right behind Phil Blurton. Okay, so 781. Right now, we've got Toby coming
up
through
front.
first. Yeah, I think Toby got around him.
There we go.
With about 50 miles to go.
Yeah, Toby may start pulling away from Bryce now. Because he's already, I mean, if Bryce is at 225, that means Toby's, you know, basically, what, 35 seconds ahead of him? Or 25 seconds ahead of him? Yeah. So, I mean, that means that he got by him and has already put 25 seconds on him. You know, he may open up another couple minutes by the time we get to Rancho Nelson. So, Imputia's moving again. So, I mean, if he can finish, he'll take the championship, but that's something we kind of got to watch here, because if they do have something catastrophic on that thing, then not only is Toby going to potentially win this race, but he would win the championship.
Yeah, Chip just confirmed Toby in front.
All right, I got an update from Alan's dad. They changed the steering box. So it was the steering box issue. Sounds like they changed it out, which was probably the smart thing to do. So realistically, Alan's probably in a solid truck now, other than, you know, I don't know if we can see his lights. You know, obviously he was having some sort of an issue with the lights flickering there, but if they've got a fresh steering box in, he should be good to get this thing to the finish and still clinch that championship.
Left 5 over, then right 5 down. Drops off. Check up. Tight left 5 down. Right 3, rocking the left line. Twisty.
Luke's still digging hard, checking in with Chip to see if the truck is okay. If in fact Bryce has lost a couple of minutes there, and Luke is still charging hard here. You know, this might get a little closer than we thought for second place.
There's a pretty good gap there, but if Bryce's pace falls off at any substantial amount, then yeah, Luke is right there.
I asked Chip if the truck was okay, and he said he believes so.
Left 5 over, then check up tight.
I mean, I think Luke is going to push no matter what, but if I had a truck that was hurt, I don't think I'd tell anybody.
Check up, big narrow rocks at right 3, danger. And the checkup goes slow, flat on the right. Big rock
Either way, if Luke is able to salvage a third out of this, after the amount of downtime they had, you know, that's a nice run for Luke.
Yeah.
And Rob.
Well, we've been watching Luke. I mean, that's I mean, it's just very, very impressive what these two have put together here tonight.
Yeah, it makes you kind of wonder what would have been if they didn't have to change that drive shaft.
Well,
podium.
Take 20 minutes, take 24 minutes off of it, and we can tell you.
Yeah.
This back half that Luke has put on is nothing short of impressive.
I mean, if what we're hearing is correct, they win this race had it not been for that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if everything stays the way it is now, we're not done yet, but they are nowhere near 24 minutes behind at this point, so of course they'd have had to get around the trucks in front of them. That always presents a problem, and the two trucks up there battling hard, but it certainly would appear as though they had pace to win this race.
Yeah, and you know, where Luke has been making all this time through that whole San Felipe section, if you are going to make a physical pass on somebody, that's where you're going to make it happen.
How many stories are there like that out here during this race, though? Endless.
I kind of wonder, you know, where did Toby get by Bryce?
Yeah, that's a great point, too.
It was before they passed the RPI guys, because they confirmed that Toby was in front when they passed the RPI guys.
Yeah, it had to have been in kind of all that back and forth zigzag stuff that I was talking about. You know, Toby's, he's so fast in that technical terrain, and he's really quick in and out of corners. Just and there's a ton of them through there. I mean, he probably just was able to kind of make that up. It also doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of dust in that area. You know, I think there was enough rain that it's kind of holding the dust down, which would have allowed Toby to get right up on Bryce without having to fight dust.
Watching Justin Davis here, currently 4th in class and just ahead of Gustavo Vildosola Sr. in the Trophy Truck Legends category, which is, of course, he's leading that. So right in front of the Legends leader is Justin Davis, 4th in class.
Is he 4th or is he 3rd? Because I believe I'm seeing, because Brent Fox is still out front.
I have Olagus in 3rd, Marsal in
second. Fox,
Marsal.
Fox, yeah.
Brent
Okay,
Fox
maybe,
P1.
well.
So Fox,
yeah,
Marsal, Olagus.
But on the tracker, it's showing Marsal at 7:02 minutes ago and Justin at 7:03.80 minutes ago.
Yeah, that was, let's see if I can figure out what marker that was at. That was at race marker 7:19.
Okay, maybe
no,
you guys
Marsal has not crossed 7:19 yet.
Yeah.
Only Fox has.
Yeah.
So we still have yet to update that.
Yeah, we've not updated that. Yeah, that was race mile 6:47 actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe, according to the tracker that I'm seeing with the later updates, I think Justin's in 3rd. I've got Olagus in 2nd, and then Brent Fox is. I mean, Brent Fox has been leading Trophy Spec for quite some time.
Yeah, he was just behind.
Yeah,
you're probably right. He was just behind Olagus on track, so that's probably you're probably correct then.
Yeah, and Brent Fox is not that far behind Alan and Pudia, actually. And then you've got Sam Baldy.
Alan is stopped.
Again.
And moving.
I think is Alan kind of in that goat trail area? I'm pretty sure that's where he's at right now. Kind of probably towards the top of the goat trail, where it's still pretty rocky and technical there.
I mean, he doesn't need to rush. He may have just stopped to scope that out for a minute.
It seems like everything's okay. Looking at that screen in front of him, which was odd.
On Alan?
Yeah. Yeah, it was just like a green color. There was no data coming up.
Caution check up, tight left 4, right 4. Stay left 4 inside off the road. Left 4, right 4 airplane.
Well, we're on here with Luke and Jason Duncan, looking at a few of the other classes, try to get some updates here. Looks like Brandon Gaughan is leading Class 1. He is up in that northern San Felipe area by BFG 5, like race mile 646 area. And the pro UTVs are closing in on that area. And it looks like Max Eddy is still leading, followed by Caden McCachran. They're only about a mile or so apart.
Wow.
Those two have been kind of neck and neck all day.
Mm-hmm.
And then Brandon Sims, he's been kind of creeping up on those guys. He's been slowly moving up. I've got him 3rd, Ronnie Anderson 4th. And I was trying to see if I can find Phil Blurton on here. I'm not seeing Phil up with this lead group, so maybe he had a problem. I'm seeing Michael McFadden, so that would be your first Can-Am. See if I can find Phil here. Yeah, Phil must have had a problem because he's not even over into Borrego yet. He's like 583. He's actually by the bad silty hill climb there.
Blue left 4. Blue right 4.
And then Mike Caffro behind there. So Blurton is still leading the pro UTV forced induction class, but I think unfortunately for him, he's not on pace to go for the UTV overall. Really, it looks like that's going to come down to Max Eddy and Caden McCachran, which that would mean another factory Polaris Razor win and would keep their undefeated streak going, although it wouldn't be with Brock Hager.
It's been an incredible run, no doubt about that, for that brand. They have to be very happy with that. It looks like Alan Ampudia back up to speed here as we're watching on board with him. So he's charging hard towards the finish line. We are not far from finishing this race up. We're getting pretty close. We're going to take one more break here, and then hopefully when we come back, we'll be able to stay with you right up until the truck crosses the finish line with our winner of the 58th running of the Baja 1000.
best views are earned. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
Hola, Toby Vildósola aquí. La revista SCORE Journal que sale cada mes. Hay que leerla para estar actualizados de todo lo que está pasando en nuestro deporte, el deporte que amamos y que queremos aquí de la Baja. Entonces, ahí nos vemos en la revista.
No se olviden de leer el SCORE Journal, la mejor revista para el off-road. Manténganse al tanto de todos los updates y todas las noticias por ahí. Saludos.
Revista SCORE Journal, muy interesante, muy buena y pues síganla. Ánimo.
And we are going to show you the finish line at mile marker, race mile, I should say, 8:35 here at the BFGoodrich Tires 58th SCORE Baja 1000 as we finish things up here for 2025, all part of the 2025 SCORE World Desert Championship. So we'll keep an eye on that finish line, and we also have some social media from Toby Price. .783 race mile there. They are physically on track first. Back on with Adeline Pudia as well. Finally getting that one fixed back up. Looking to make it to the finish line and claim his championship, which would be back-to-back. Nearly had the sweep, was definitely part of that hunt for a long, long time, but eventually from what we understand, the power steering box bit him.
So talking about sweeps, we had quite a few people that had won every race in their class coming into here, and we had a pretty major culling of the herd. So Brock Hager, I don't think is going to pull off the sweep. Impudia is not pulling off the sweep. Gus Villadasola did. Tyler Lynn did. I think Eli Yee in Class 10, from what I understand, he's out. I think so. He's not going to pull off the sweep. Shane Esposito won, so he did in Class 40 for the bikes. But so it's about 50-50 on the teams that did and didn't.
Tough to win them all.
Yeah, and especially the Baja 1000 is the toughest one to win, in my opinion. So it looks like Alan came through Hamau now.
Yeah, it looks like he feels pretty comfortable with the truck as well, so that's a good sign.
Looks like there's a couple pretty good ruts, and as well as it's really dusty right there.
We're anticipating to be about 25 minutes away or so, somewhere in that general area, 25, 30 minutes. We expect Toby Price to come across the finish line.
Alan is definitely back to pushing a little harder. New steering box will definitely do that for you.
Some confidence in the truck. The truck will turn. We really thought we were going to get some weather here, and it's not, like you said before, Wes, it's not to say that it's not coming for everybody else, but looks like our leaders are going to sneak by it.
As you're saying that, I'm looking at the radar here. I mean, it's
right there.
It's showing some light rain, kind of where our leaders are. So, I mean, they might be getting a little bit of drizzle. Almost feel like it looked like there were a few kind of dark tracks where Alan was going there, but they're not getting the heavy rain that we were really concerned about. But as I look through here, yeah, it's where really in the really early morning, so 3, 4, 5 a.m., I think it's gonna start getting a lot uglier in there. So the slower classes, they're the ones that are gonna have to deal with this. I think the lead trophy trucks are gonna have a pretty clean run, not have to deal with the rain, but later on in the morning, so the Ford trucks that we saw, they're gonna be getting into this rain. Although by the time they get around there, it may have actually kind of dissipated more. But there's a lot of moisture out there. I'm trying to look at this. Yeah, so I mean, you start getting some big storm cells in that 4 to 5 a.m. area. I think we'll probably have wrapped at that point, but when we go to bed, there's going to be some people out in that desert that might have a pretty miserable experience. So earlier we were talking about these 3-time winners that were coming into this. So you can see we can go down this list. Alan and Pudia, that's not happening. Gus pulled it off. You know, I think what we say is 16 wins. I think that's what it is. Straight. So, you know, they just been. I think when they start, I pretty much check them off as winning that. It seems like nobody can compete with them in the Trophy Legends. Brock Hager, I don't know what happened to him. Been trying to get some word from the Polaris team, but unfortunately they're pretty secretive about things. They don't even want to tell people who's getting in and when. I think they feel like that might be an advantage for them. So something happened to Brock Hager, but for the Factory Polaris guys, it looks like either Caden or Max Eddy is going to probably pull off that win. Tyler Lynn, they ran awesome. They've swept this. They're going to take the #1 plate for next year. Eli Yee, I haven't got confirmation on what's going on with him. I don't believe there's a lot of Class 5 Unlimiteds, period. So I kind of feel like if he just finishes, they might win. And then Shane Esposito, I know that he won. And then the other three, Alosi, Harris, and Romani, it looks like Alosi won. I'm not sure on Harris and Romani. We're trying to check here. Yeah, it looks like some of those guys might not have finished yet, so that might still be up in the air.
Check up, lap 2. Big checkup, take lap 4, caution.
Looks like that gap has actually increased a little bit now that Toby Price is able to get around Menzies. Looks like Price has been able to drive away from McMillan here as well. Toby Price with a hot rod here at the end of this race.
It looks like there's some moisture in the ground there too. I don't know if you guys are seeing that as well. Doesn't the dirt look a little darker?
Yeah, I can see what you were talking about for sure.
So I think really that probably worked right into Toby's favor, because this last little section, it's not muddy, but it's not dusty either. You know, it looks like it got just enough to where the course is perfect. You know, this is like, as a racer, exactly what you want is, you know, a nice kind of steady rain that wets the ground, kills the dust, makes it nice, and you know, it's almost chocolate cake is what a lot of guys call it when you get the dirt gets that moisture in it, and you know, that probably allowed Toby to close up on Bryce and make that pass.
Big rock outside, or inside. Check up ditch, danger. Right. Here. Stay right inside, tie right 4.
L2 rock. We've been going down this one, so that was a new one over there we hadn't run.
Yep.
L3 tight.
Everybody's secrets come out.
Yep. It's all good. R2. L3. Round to the right. L3 over. L3.
Oh wow, look at that line.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It burnt that bad boy in.
Yep.
L4 around the corner. Yep. Right here.
Left 5 airplane. Stay right 4 airplane. Left 5 airplane. Check up over caution, right 4, left 4. Left 4, then right 4 over drops off. Airplane straight over. Blue left 5 and straight over. Straight over, then right 5. Then check up. Tight left 3, rocket inside. And right 3 airplane. Sharp ledge. Right 4, then left 5 airplane. Left 5 airplane. Airplane right 6. Tight right 4, left 4, blue dot.
As we're watching our leaders come into the finish here and Alan, hopefully clinch another championship. Earlier in the year here, we lost a longtime competitor of the SCORE series, Mike Walser, and we have a nice little tribute piece. So let's take a look at that and honor his memory.
Happy to be here on the podium. Could have gone a lot worse than it did. Mother Nature and Baja threw a lot at us, a lot. I'd like to thank Toyo Tires, Baja Designs for great lights that we couldn't run because of our charging system problems. Your Optima batteries and Kicker and a few of those people, we couldn't do it without the help that we get.
So Christopher Provarde actually ran with Mike. And that I think was his first time in a Mason all-wheel drive.
Mm-hmm.
So he was able to kind of get his feet wet. And Mike was always such a great guy to be around at the races, super friendly, and he definitely will be missed.
Yeah, thankful for the time that he had here with us. Certainly sad to see him go. Gone too soon. We think we're looking here at Max Gordon.
If we get a little bit closer, we could see the color of the hood. And if it's orange, that would be Max.
I also just got word from RPI. They are not out of the race. They are working on that car and getting it back up and running.
Good for those. That team digging hard.
I keep wanting to see, I was talking to them at qualifying, and it's just, I'd love to see a Class 1 have a really strong run overall. And I think that all-wheel drive platform that they have, if a Class 1 is going to give some of the trophy trucks a run for their money, that's probably the one that's going to do it. They just need to have a clean run. So hopefully at some point, I really would like to see them, try to crack the top 10 or so.
They certainly have the drive and the talent. So they put a lot of effort into that program. And, right now, Cody is driving with Adam. So when the car went down, Adam was in the car. But they are both equally as fast. And the team is an impressive amount of talent as well. So high probability they're going to get that car back together and put it back on the track real soon here.
This is a great run for Max and Robbie here, and I think this is a big step for Max to, they're what, are they fourth or fifth?
I think they're fourth.
I think they're
they
fourth
were
as well.
fifth, and then when they got it past Allen, I think they bumped up into fourth.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at the tracker. They're fourth. So to be fourth, and Max is getting some really good just miles under his belt. I think this will pay major dividends down the road for him as his off-road racing career continues to develop.
Yeah, and haven't seen them included in the corrected just yet, but if they are where they were, they've really kind of stayed on pace, if you will, with the trucks that are in front of them. So they've ended this race really strong. Max has done a great job. And then how about this truck? I mean, from concept to proof that it is actually a very solid combination, despite how different it is. Clyde Stacy just getting inducted into the Hall of Fame, and he's got to be happy with this effort as well. Top 5 out here in the 1,000. It's pretty impressive.
Definitely. And when I spoke to Rick Geiser about this truck, he was just like, hey, we just got to back it down just enough to where this thing stays together and we can get it to the finish. And, it seems like they did a really good job of that because we haven't seen them have a lot of downtime. While we're watching this, I'm watching the trackers with the leaders, and we are getting extremely close to getting here into the finish. They're right about 15 miles, just over 15 miles out of Rancho Nelson. And we'll have cameras there and have coverage of them with this finish, but looks like Toby, has got 15 more miles here to get a win for he and Paul Wheel in this year's Baja 1000. This is a strong run for Pulvardi. I think did exactly what everybody wanted him to do on his program. And I think Bryce would be really happy with how Christopher performed for that first half of the race. And, Bryce, what's interesting to me is, Bryce got in and it seemed like he was actually pulling away from everybody and was going to gap everyone out. And then all of a sudden he started getting reeled back in. So I kind of wonder, was there something that happened either with the truck or, maybe Bryce just isn't physically totally 100% yet or something. But it just seems like Bryce's pace, the second half of his leg here, he kind of dropped off a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Early on, I mean, it seemed like he had great pace. Going back to what you said about Christopher, I think Christopher had a great run. I think as a co-driver, he did exactly what you would want him to do. Kept the truck out front, kept it in clean air, kept it together, handed off a great truck to Bryce, which is exactly what he would want to do. And then Bryce was able to stay out front. And then, like you talked about, had great pace and drove away from everybody there for a while. I'm with you. I mean, we lost contact with them. We didn't have any on board for a long time, so we really couldn't tell what was going on. But I'd be really curious to hear from Bryce as to what happened there in the back half of his leg.
Well, it could also be that pace was the same for Bryce. It's just that both Luke and the Aussies were driving that much harder.
Yeah, maybe they just picked it up. Maybe they just had a better truck, a better combination here tonight.
Mm-hmm. Could very well be the case. I mean, Toby is definitely no stranger to a very fast pace. And we obviously saw Luke just very fast through multiple sections.
Yeah, as we talked about, I mean, he's one to think there a couple of times with the two-wheel drive. I mean, that's a very, very difficult race to win down in Australia. So
I don't want to cut you off here, but I'm watching the tracker and it's showing Toby moving, but I am hearing that Toby ran out of gas.
Oh no.
Like I said, it's showing him on the tracker, but I'm being told that he ran out of gas. So unfortunately, we don't have in-car with him, but this is something that we're going to need to watch because obviously if he ran out of gas, this is going to hand the win to Bryce.
It won't take long. I mean, we're only minutes away from the first truck coming across the stripe.
And that means Luke and then Max is going to podium.
Well, depending on how quickly they could get gas to him.
True.
He's in an area that you potentially could run fuel in
but can that happen
easily?
Fast enough?
Yeah, well, definitely not for Bryce, but I think he would maybe have enough of a gap over, yeah, they're almost to race mile 30, and Luke is not even to 45 yet.
Did Luke pass him already?
Okay, I'm hearing that Luke went by Toby now, so
Yeah.
I don't know what I can believe off the tracker here. I'm going to go to the SCORE tracker.
It certainly is plausible that has already happened if he did run out of gas.
Well, did we see him go by? Because we do have Luke's camera.
Yeah, I do not.
I'm looking at tracker, so I haven't been watching that. But
yeah, I mean, I'm showing 0 minutes last update and 8:03 for Toby Price and 8:04 for Luke.
I mean, we've been watching the onboard, but we haven't been on Luke's onboard the entire time either.
But to be fair, he could have run out of gas literally 15 feet off course and we could have missed it.
Okay, I'm hearing from multiple people now that he ran out of gas at race mile 8:03.
Wow.
That's what the tracker's showing, yeah. So then, in theory, Luke has already passed him.
That is a hard one to take home. You never forget that one.
Now, can he get more fuel before the rest show up?
Yeah, and now, I mean, second and third to me is not a huge deal in points, but if he doesn't get going pretty quickly, then...
Well, I can tell you this.
It's not going to matter. He could care less about that if they just lost this race because of fuel.
When was the last time a non-Mason got on the podium? Because if Max does, that would be third place with a non-Mason platform.
Yeah, did Rob do it in the Jimco? I know he was close a couple times. Maybe it was just top 5, but I remember talking about, I think, Rob in the Jimco. But yeah, if he doesn't get going, so where he's at, that's not a great spot to try to get fuel to him. That's going to take a while because they can't go backwards down the course. So they're going to have to come in from. They don't have to come in all the way from K77, but.
And Max is at 788.
But like the Pinasolo Wash, there's an access road there and they could come in. But yeah, by the time they get fuel into Toby, Max is going to be by them. Yeah, if we cut to the map here, I've got this. So you see Toby sitting right here. The Pinasolo access road is right there. That would be your quickest way to come in with a chase truck or a Razor or something with fuel. And you got Max sitting right here. So by the time they would get a truck in there, Max is going to be, he'll be by. Man, how many heartbreaking finishes have we had here for Toby and Paul Price?
That one is devastating.
That's, I mean, all year they've been right there, and it's like they get a flat right at the finish, or, you know, I don't know. I mean, obviously they must have been trying to stretch their fuel stops. I know I talked to them before the race about fuel strategy at qualifying, and they said they had, they were going to do some different things, but I think running out of gas while in the lead wasn't what they were thinking.
Yeah, that's never part of the strategy. Man, that's just an absolute heartbreaker.
It's, you know, you talk about SCORE Desert Racing and the emotional swings, and, you know, Alan had to deal with this, and, you know, now Toby and Paul are dealing with this, and then, you know, for Luke, you know, to come from, say, 25 minutes down to, you know, looks like he's going to get a second place.
I know.
That's, he's got to be pretty happy with that. And then, Bryce, you know, how about Bryce and Pulvardi, man? You know, we're talking about, oh, they're going to get second. What a bummer. Looks like this just got handed to them.
Over, drops off.
And it kind of goes back to what one of you guys said earlier is, or maybe we heard it on one of those bits that you played, Baja picks its winner. You know, I've heard that about the Indianapolis 500. Indy picks its winner, and Baja picks its winner here. And I mean, we've been talking about it the entire time. This thing is just not over until you can cross that finish line. It certainly looked like Toby and the boys were going to get one here, but man, that is a devastating mistake, man.
Yeah,
whatever the calculations were there to miss that one by whatever amount that they've missed it by.
While we're talking about this, we got Vaughn Gittin trying to work his way around a silt bed, I think, right now. So he's doing a little bushwhacking. You know, the silt gets so deep in some of those areas that you just can't go through it or you're gonna get stuck. And I think that's what he's just trying to do, is be smart and not go into the deep silt. We were talking about non-Mason platforms, and you know, this being the first time in a long time for a non-Mason being on the podium, if Max ends up finishing ahead of Toby. But as San Felipe this year, Rob Mack did put that Jimco truck on the podium in third place. So I could have swore that it had happened because I feel like I remember saying it. And yeah, luckily I'm not completely crazy. So that it actually did happen.
Now with the Toby Price thing, do you think it could be that because the race got shortened, that they made a different decision on their fuel path towards the back side and they tried to leg it out?
The thing is, he's quite a ways away from being able to take a splash anywhere. So they kind of missed this by quite a bit. You know, it's not like he's 2 miles from a pit or something. He's up in the middle of the mountains above Ojos right now. So I don't know. I'd love to hear from them on, you know, what happened and how did he end up running out of fuel right there?
And listen, I mean, while we're on the topic, we might as well say this thing still isn't over. It's, you know, the 94 truck still has across this stripe, and Luke McMillan is still digging hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't count your chickens before the eggs hatch, right?
Cut right 4 off the road. Left 3 down ditch. Right 4 up the hill. Through the sill. Left through the gate up the hill.
I would think Bryce has to be really close at this point.
Showing 820 right now.
So 14 miles away.
Left 4 over caution. Slowly left. Tight left 4 over. Sill. Caution, straight over. Drops off big dip, caution. Blue left 5 over. Stay right, or straight down, then stay right. Left 4 over, and then right 4 airplane. Left 4 over, drops off. Check up dip. Straight over, drops off. Stay left 4. Extremely off camber, left 5. Stay outside, right 4 off camber. Right. Straight over. Right 4 over, then cut left 2 inside. Yep, left 2 inside.
I can't make it.
There you go. Good, you got it. Just straight over, then right 4 through the gate. 83 race mile, 8-10, all good. Straight airplane. Left 6 over, drops off, blue dot. Right 5 over, check up, stay left 4 off the road.
As we're closing in on the finish here, I'm kind of continuing to get some intel on what played out between Bryce and Toby. And apparently, Bryce's truck lost the front diff, so they were in just rear-wheel drive. Toby was able to close up on them, make a pass, and then Toby ran out of fuel and handed that lead back to Bryce.
Slight check up, left 4, then tight right 3 over. Left 4 airplane. Right 4 big dip, then a left 4. Right 5, left 5, Paul's rock on the left, and then a big rock on the right berm. Left 4, then right 4 up airplane.
Is Max stop or is that just frozen? Wes, are you seeing that?
Yeah.
Frozen?
I can't tell. I think it's frozen.
Straight
Yeah, it's frozen.
Check out turn left 4 off the road. And then we're going to stay right straight through. Right, yep. Right, 5 airplane. Oh, there's a car on it. Sweeping left 4 over. Go to the right.
Baldy is still quite a bit ahead.
This is a great run for Sam Baldy.
Yeah.
Do you know who was co-driving with him, Jason?
I do not. I could guess, but I will be wrong.
Yeah, so on the entry list, we've got Jake Johnson, Robert.
I was going to say it was Robert myself, but...
Okay. How do you pronounce Robert's last name?
I know, I can't.
Llewellyn?
Llewellyn? I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And then Brian Morris, Michael Baldy, and Roberto Farias. So you think it's Robert that's probably driving right now?
That was my guess, yeah.
I know someone had messaged me about it, but it's buried in all of my messages, and I can't find it.
So they're at 768. Cameron, 758. And Baldy is clearly holding pace just fine. What a good day for these guys. They deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, this would be their first win, wouldn't it?
They have not won a Baja 1000 that I know of.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, this is a really solid run for them.
Actually kind of cool that they have separated out that two-wheel drive class. I mean, it gave these guys a whole new thing to fight for.
Well, you know, a lot of people argued against it, but the thing that I liked out of it is you've got all these Mason trucks that it's very difficult for a two-wheel drive to keep up with it. But then you had all these two-wheel drive trucks that now are relevant again because, you know, they can go out and compete against each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know that you're not really bringing the same type of weapon to the fight if you don't have a Mason all-wheel drive or something close to it. So for these guys to be able to go out there and go race, still finish really high overall, but you know, I like it because I think it makes a lot of those two-wheel drive trucks relevant still.
And this is one of the nicest two-wheel drive trucks ever built. These guys did a great job, and it's clearly showing. I mean, look at these results. These guys had a great day.
As we're waiting for Bryce to come into Rancho Nelson, Brent Fox still out front in trophy spec. He's pretty much been leading all day, and then right behind him, Sam Baldy. I think, and then Cameron is physically right behind Baldy, but as you were saying, it's about I think a 10-mile gap or so.
Roughly is what it appears to be.
Yeah, it's about a 10-mile gap. Then we've got Jack Algus, and Jack is in second in spec, and then I believe it's Justin Day. Maybe not. It might be Marcel.
We'll look at Brent Fox. There we go in the trophy truck spec category. Has been out front for pretty much the entire race. Jack Olagus is, I think you were just talking about there, in second place.
Yep, so Justin Davis, I think we saw he was having some problems, and that kind of took him out of contention.
Sam Baldy up there, very, very close to grabbing a win here in the two-wheel drive category. Cameron Steele, 16 minutes back. Former winner, of course. Dave Taylor, Tim Hertz, and David Ziegler to round out the top 5.
Looks like J.P. Gomez, after getting stuck in the cobblestones.
Oh, that's right,
there,
man. He was buried in that.
Yeah.
They're still going. They're 2 hours down, but they're still going.
Well, the top 10 would be pretty impressive, really.
Okay, so
there's Brock Hager really deep down in there. I say deep, I mean top 10, obviously, but 7th place, obviously had a tough go of it.
But
yeah,
look
I'm
at
trying
Caden.
to look at physical track position because, you know, Max Eddy had been leading this thing pretty much all day long.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's lost some physical track position here. I'm trying to zoom in.
That's weird. I'm looking at the times over there. +8, +14, +5.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Kind of odd.
So Max Eddy's in second?
I'm trying to find him on the tracker.
Yeah.
Because I don't see him. So he might not be tracking. Right now, Caden's the first UTV that I'm seeing out there physical, but I don't see Max Eddy on here. So I'm kind of thinking that Max Eddy, just his tracker might not be.
Yeah, something's going on.
Yeah, so that split was behind the car in front of him, not to the leader.
Well, what a great day for Caden.
Boy, talk about a proud papa.
Well,
guarantee you Rob would be, I bet you, just as happy as if he won it.
And Caden is a phenomenal driver.
Talented. He has no choice.
Yeah.
He has to be good.
Factory Polaris has literally only put phenomenal drivers in their cars.
That is a look at the finish line. And we heard that the 94 truck is 10 miles away. And Wes, you think they lost front wheel drive?
Yeah, that's what I was told, is they lost the front diff. That's why, you know, we were talking about what happened to Bryce. Why was he pulling away and then all of a sudden he got reeled in? I think that explains it. He lost the front diff, lost front wheel drive, was, you know, basically driving a 2-wheel drive truck. Toby was able to reel him in. Toby made the physical pass and then, then ran out of gas. I'm curious to see when we get to the finish here, how much time was Luke able to make up?
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be frustrating for Luke because what could have been, you know, if they were able to change that drive shaft in a normal amount of time, so if it took them 10 minutes instead of 24 minutes, he would have won this race.
But even with that said, it's got to be a good day for him. I mean, they put their heads down and went to work and did exactly what they wanted to do.
No, for sure. And, you know, I think Baja 1000s, it's a race of what ifs.
And right now, his what if is second place, and it's looking pretty good. And it was not looking that way a few hours ago. And I mean, I can only imagine how stoked they are.
And as I'm sitting here staring at trackers, Toby's getting pretty close to getting passed by Max Gordon and Dan McMillan.
So that would put Max up on the podium, as you mentioned before there, Jason.
Yep.
So, I mean, that'd be 2 races this year that non-Mason took a third.
From 2 separate manufacturers. A Jimco and a Geyser.
And one had 2 motors.
Yeah, and Robbie finished 8th at the 500.
And Dan's not that far off of Max.
No, he's not.
He is like 2 miles from Max.
Tight little area right here, down to first gear for Luke.
Drops off.
Yeah, so Robbie started 1 minute ahead of Dan. Or, well, it would have been Andy in the truck at the time, but, you know, so you've got a 1 minute adjusted time there. That one could get pretty close.
So he could sneak up just enough to pull a third from Max.
Yeah, if Dan could get into Max's dust, you know, or just off of it, yeah, he would actually beat him on adjusted time. So that third place for Max, I think he's good, but he's not going to take it by much. I bet it's going to be like less than a minute probably.
Yeah, he's still got a little ways to go too.
I did have a few people mention to me that Max's engine sounded a little off when they were getting past.
Behind the 94 truck, and Tyler heard rumors that they do not have all-wheel drive, just FYI.
Neither do we.
They got about 9 miles to finish. You guys got about 20 miles to finish.
I don't know if you catch that, but Luke just said that he doesn't have all-wheel drive either.
Ah.
Copy that, thank you.
And we've lost in-car with Max. I heard him say they didn't have any all-wheel drive, but I thought they were talking about the 94 truck.
Luke had just said, like, neither do we, or so do we, or something along those lines. Yeah,
okay.
So it would leave you to believe that that's plausible that they are also in two-wheel drive.
Oh, you son of a bitch. There you go. Washington straight over, drops off, and left 4. Left 4, right 4 over. Blue right 3. Left 4. Little right 4, don't cut. Left 2. Right 3 long. Drops off. Right 4. Left 5, get straight over. Leave straight over. Right 4, then left 4 over airplane. Left 4 through the meadow. Danger check up ditch. There are rocks. Tight left 5 over danger. Big rock both sides and then a rock center. Blue straight over. Small dip. Action check up, drops off. Ditch. Rock the right berm. Tight right 4, rock inside. Dip left 4. 83 race mile 820, all good. Danger check up. Right 5 over ditch. Another dip. Another dip. Straight over. Tight rock on the right. Left 5 over, then right 4. Right 5 over, caution. Right 5 over, clip outside, rocks in the berms. Check up left 2, rocks inside. Check up ditch, rock to the left. Right 4 airplane. Blue left 3 tightens. Caution dip. Airplane right 4 over. Stay right around the big rock. Stay far left straight through. Check up, right 3 tightens.
SCORE tracker has you guys 8 miles apart now.
Small dip, right 3. Copy that, thank you. Right 5 airplane. Left 4 airplane. Slight tightens. Caution, straight over, drops off dip. We got the 37 speed zone. Tight right 4 over, drops off. It's off? Yep. Tight right 4 over, then off camber left 3. Blue rocks. Ditch on the left. Small dip, left 3, caution. Sweep right 2. Tight right 5 over. Then left 4. Tight right 5 over, then left 4. Slight tightens up the hill. Check up over, big dip, caution. Off camber left 4. Rock on the left inside. There it is. Dip, drops off. Jump straight over, ditch. Check up, big dip. Caution, stay right around. Left 3. Oh, it's much nicer. Rock on the left berm. Rock on the left berm. Right 5. Straight over. Check up, tight left 4, then right 4. Check up, tight right 3 off the road. Caution. Dip. Rocks on the left, check up slippery. Tightens left 2. Caution tightens off camber left 4. Cut right 4 off the road. Dip, then left 6 over. Danger, check up tightens, big rock on the left. Tightens down the hill. Big rock on the left. Tightens right 4. Rock inside. Through the gate. Stay left, drops off narrow rocks. Straight over, then right 4, caution.
Here comes the leaders up over the hill. The conclusion of the 58th running of the BFG SCORE Baja 1000. The 94 truck making their way to mile marker 835. Lights on, fans on either side of the road. It has been a battle. They kicked the race off in a big way, stayed out front for the longest time, looked like they might lose it, then get it back, stay back in the throttle to bring this thing home with apparently a broken front diff, but nonetheless just keep on digging. Christopher Polvardi, Bryce Menzies, Christopher, the driver of record here. Looking forward to this one to come up over the hill here. Just moments away here from winning this extremely difficult race. Really thought we would see a lot of weather here. It has not happened, at least not in the beginning. Still on its way. A number of people, of course, everybody else still on course. The motos across here a lot earlier that kicked things off at midnight. Wes, as you talked about this thing, about 15 hours or so, pretty much what we expected, but the broken front diff really hampered the 94 here towards the end of this race.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be around, 15, we're like 15:47 right now, so probably just under 16 hours. And, something that I've been thinking about here, we're talking about Bryce and Polvardi getting this win. This is a big deal for Polvardi to kind of.
Here they come, baby. Here they come. Headlights out across the stripe. And congratulations, Christopher Polvardi is going to win his first ever Baja 1000, and welcome Bryce Menzies to the two-time club. So impressive as he was able to win this thing in 2023. Congratulations to that entire team. I know Chip Polvardi, Christopher's father, team manager here, so proud. What a great, great effort out of this entire team, and they never quit. It paid off here tonight.
And how about an emotional roller coaster for the last hour here of, thinking that they lost the race and then they got it back. And, so I was saying with Polvardi, he's kind of got this monkey off his back, got his first win in SCORE. Is this going to be a catalyst for him where now maybe he can start rattling off some wins?
Steve Menzies, I'm sure, very, very proud of his son as well. Bryce, Steve, an outstanding individual as well. Both proud papas, both kids, very, very talented, doing a great job. Special day, man. What a special race to win.
Talk about a comeback from last year.
well
deserved.
Well, and even for Bryce, man, to come back from literally having a stroke to winning the Baja 1000.
Mm-hmm.
He has really endured some serious injuries over the course of his career. Optima batteries, a big part of that program. Obviously, Red Bull all over that truck. Toyo tires, Method race wheels, Ford Performance, Fox shocks, decked rigid lights, K&N filters, Borla exhaust, VP Racing. So many people that helped that program. And, of course, the best of the best working on that truck, driving that truck, the parts in that truck. The effort is impressive. You just never know, do you? And Luke and I would think that Luke isn't too far behind here.
Yeah,
10 minutes maybe?
Yeah, as we were watching this, literally we were saying I think Luke is going to end up losing this by about 5 minutes, and I think on adjusted, that's about where we're going to end up, is about that 5-minute mark. He's been able to close time for the last couple hundred miles, but it just was a little too late. I think just to have a 25-minute deficit in SCORE racing nowadays in the all-wheel drive trophy truck class, you're not going to make that up.
And if he didn't lose the front diff, it would be even tighter, but I'm not sure he would have won it. It would have just made it a little more painful. But man, hats off to this team for scrapping back. I mean, they were in 5th place, and we were like, yeah, if everything goes well, maybe they'll get a podium. And they fought their way back up to 2nd place.
Yeah, as we're waiting for him to get in, we've got a heck of a battle going on for 3rd between Max Gordon and Dan McMillan. Dan's been closing on him. I've heard a little bit that Max might be having some engine problems, but
Dan is definitely closing.
Dan's right there, and he started a minute behind him. So if Dan has his way, we might not have a non-Mason on the podium here. It's going to be really close. That one could 3rd place can go either way. And then
showing a half
and then
mile.
as we're sitting here looking at the tracker, seeing Toby there at 0 miles per hour, man, my heart goes out to him. There's just been so many races where I feel like Toby's out front leading. I know San Felipe, do you remember, Jason? Like a bolt came out on the front end. It was something kind of freaky and cost him the win. This year alone, they were battling, and I think 2 times Paul got flat tires towards the end, and that cost him the win, and they ended up getting 2nd to Allen. And then now, to get into the physical lead, look like you're on that home stretch, and then run out of fuel. That's rough. But that's Baja racing, and big props to Bryce Menzies and Christopher Polvarde on pulling off this win. Bryce coming off the injury, Polvarde coming off of, Baja 500, qualifying first, and then going 3 turns into the race and ripping a corner off the car. The sheer disappointment when Polvarde did an interview with me to now, I can't wait to see him again, and I guarantee he's going to be ear to ear smile on his face.
And let's not forget, Dan is chasing him down pretty good right now.
Yeah, and they're a good bit behind Luke McMillan, so, I mean, there's a lot of racing time left for him to do that.
It is very plausible that Dan can get 3rd. And Baldy is still out front. However, it is Jake Johnson driving that truck right now. Yep, it is Jake Johnson in the Baldy truck.
See if they can hang on to that prestigious win in the 2-wheel drive category.
It's looking good right now. He's holding a great pace. So right now it looks like we got a pretty fierce battle for that 3rd.
Luke should just about be to Rancho Nelson here. And then, like we're talking about this battle for 3rd. They are They're just getting to the section there where it connects back onto the course that they came out on.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a small stretch from the start of the race to where it forks and divided and went to the west, and then did a big loop, and it reconnects, and then they go backwards on that section of the course. And it's basically right by El Mezcal Ranch.
Big rock inside. Rocks. Rocks.
I'd like to see on the trackers
Rock outside.
Max's tracker and Dan's update at the same time so we can see where they are. Right now, Dan's hasn't updated, and okay.
They just did.
Yeah, it looks like they just updated. So 813.9 and 812.7. So it's basically a mile, and Dan started a minute behind.
Shift.
So this has got to be seconds one way or the other.
So that pop was. Check up right forward.
Do we have in-car of Dan?
Unfortunately, we don't. And Max's is down 2. So out of our lead vehicles, Luke's kind of all we got. And Luke is very close to being at the finish here in Rancho Nelson. I would think we'll start seeing some lights of the spectators in Rancho Nelson here any second.
Blue right 5 over. Blue right 5 over.
Some off in the distance there.
Right 3. And 3 and then a tight left 2.
As we're watching Luke, we're going to have Bryce working his way to our finish line stage down in Ensenada. Okay, so see, we're starting to see some lights here.
Shit.
There.
Blue left 4. Fuck. What happened? I don't know. It's cut now. Check up. Right 2 through the gate.
Oh, man.
Fuck. Come on.
You think it's not intense, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened there that he wasn't happy about?
He said it was cutting out.
Oh, okay.
Come on, truck.
I mean, I wonder if they're almost out of fuel.
Yeah, I was just going to say, can we see a fuel gauge anywhere?
Check up, off camber,
Or fuel
4,
pressure?
And a tight right 3. Good. Straight over. Straight over the jump. Check up, straight over, then tight left 2. Airplane left 4. Straight over the jumps. Holy fucking cameras. Straight over airplane. The blue right 4. Left 6 over airplane. Straight over. Check up. Right 2. Good. Blue left 4. Left 4, small dip. Caution, big dip. Caution, right 5, straight over. 5, then left 2. Right 4, then straight over. Blue straight over. Straight over the big jump. Tight left 4 over. Hug that inside. Right 4 airplane. Then we'll check up, straight over, then tight left 2 off the road. Right here, tight left 2. Stay right line. Right 5 over, hit the BCP. Got it. Tight right 4 drops off, dip. Blue left 4 over. Right 5 over. Straight over. Straight over airplane. Straight over airplane. Hell of a drive, brother.
It shifts. Yeah, good job. Thank you.
Fuck.
Sorry, couldn't do it.
Incredible effort out of that team.
It's all good.
Luke drove his behind off all night long.
I don't know.
83 through the finish line.
And it looks like 10 minutes, 35 seconds is what he finished behind. And you know, what were we saying? He had 25 minutes of downtime, and that should have been, instead of a 24-minute drive shaft change, it should have been about 10 minutes. So that's got to be eating at. That's going to eat at him for quite some time, I would think.
Still a great drive back. I mean, I think they ended up way better than they anticipated after that situation, of course.
Definitely. I mean, when we spoke with Rob Mack, what were they sitting, 8th or something at that point?
Like the 500.
You can see the rain coming down just a little bit right there.
While we're watching this, I've been keeping an eye on our battle for 3rd. And it looks to me like Dan is going to have Max. He's less than a mile behind him right now. So he's been closing on Max really quickly, which that would lead me to believe that, you know, maybe Max is having some issues here and is just off pace just a touch. But he may even get physically passed by Dan at the rate that Dan is closing on him.
The score tracker is showing that Dan has passed him.
Well, Max hasn't updated for 2 minutes. So we need to wait for Max's to update, but yeah, he may have passed him at this point. If not, he's close enough that he would have him on adjusted, I think, though.
Alan picking his way through a pretty tight area.
Alan's actually getting pretty close to passing Toby now, too. Yeah, so Jason, Max updated again, and it's showing him back ahead.
And then Dan still hasn't updated now to the inverse
Dan's
side of
a
the
minute.
table.
Yeah.
It would be nice if they all update at the same time.
Definitely. Try to see what it looks like on Racer Redefined. Racer Redefined is showing Max still ahead, but by just a little bit. So my gut here is that Max is still physically ahead, but it's by less than a mile.
example of what you were talking about before, Wes, where you said the back part of this course, or towards the end of this course, you're never making without power steering.
Yeah, and really the area from where the course comes back together, where you are inbound and outbound, you kind of wind through a bunch of boulders in there, and it's just, you really got to pick your way through there because there are rocks the size of trophy trucks in there that you do not want to hit. But I think Alan's kind of in the Las Biznagas area where there's a bunch of barrel cactus. Yeah, that's actually exactly where he's at right now. And, so it'll kind of start to open up a little bit for him. One thing I want to give a shout out to Roto from SCORE. When I go and do the course previews for anyone that saw all of those leading up to this race on SCORE social media, or even just a lot of the knowledge that I get talking about the race course during this broadcast, Roto, he helps lay out the course, helps with the course marking and all of that. He gives me a lot of information that is extremely helpful. So the whole SCORE team is just really great as far as giving us information, giving us support, and really making sure that we're prepared for this broadcast. I think we're getting pretty close to having Bryce at the ramp here at the actual finish stage in Ensenada here. You can see moisture in the ground, so they've been getting some rain. And I'm looking at radar here. That one thing I don't want to lose sight of is there are a lot of classes in SCORE, and you've got hundreds of competitors out there, and the majority of them are going to be racing throughout the rest of the night, and a lot of them through the morning and sunrise and into tomorrow day. And they are going to have to deal with more rain. All of the competitors, you've got 36 hours to complete the course, which I think works out to, I don't know, I do some math on it, but generally it's about a 25 mile an hour average or so. So you've got anything from, there's still Ironman motorcycle racers out there. You've got Class 11 Volkswagen Beetles. We've got all of the Ford trucks still out there. All of our UTVs. There's going to be racing going on for quite a long time. Like I said, this is going to go through all day tomorrow.
Yeah, and a win to anybody in whatever class it is just as important as the win is to these guys here and Trophy Truck that we've been focused on, obviously. It's a really big deal. So hats off to everybody out here swinging the bat at it. Best of luck to the ones that are still digging. It's a long, brutal race.
I think the next big class wins that we'll have coming in are going to be, is if Brent Fox can hold on to this, which I've got no reason to believe he can't. He's getting pretty close to, getting it to the finish. And then right behind him is Sam Baldy. So these would be big wins for Brent Fox, as well as Sam Baldy taking the trophy spec and the trophy two-wheel drive, respectively. And both of them have, in the trophy spec, you've got Jack Olgas running second, keeping Brent Fox honest, and then Cameron Steele's not that far off of Sam Baldy. So neither of those leaders have a lot of margin for error. They can't really make any mistakes. Then if I go back to our UTVs, it looks like, Max Eddy was leading for quite a while, but the tractor's showing him a ways back. I think he must have had a problem right around the BFG Pit 5, that Saldana area. Looked like he sat there for a little while, and that's given Caden McCachran a pretty substantial lead. So, you could have a McCachran taking second overall four-wheel vehicle being robbed with Luke, and then having Caden, his son, taking the overall UTV win. So that would be a good day in the McCachran household there.
100%. We're thinking Toby Price is just ahead.
Yeah, according to the tracker, Allen should be passing Toby here any minute. This will be interesting to watch. You got two teams that I think both had high aspirations of pulling off the win here. Was that light off to the left? Was that maybe Toby there? It looked like there was something to the left that Allen went by.
Yeah, I saw that as well, like a blue light.
Yeah. But that's, two teams that definitely had aspirations of winning this race that had it slip through their fingers. I think that was Toby, that was that light that we saw over to the left, because Allen should be by him by now, according to what I'm seeing on the tracker.
And there hasn't been anything else show up, so the high probability that was Toby.
And the other thing is, if Toby's sitting there with his lights off, it's so dark off to the side of the course that it'd be tough to see him anyways.
And Allen only has limited lights right now, so that's why you're only seeing, in essence, the roof on.
All right, and there we go. Taking a look at the 94 truck of Bryce.
Locked and loaded. Number 94, we got Bryce Menzies. Super pumped here for redemption from last year. We'll talk with him here in a moment. He's getting the champagne coming out. He's got everybody coming out, and he is here at the finish line. Bryce, congratulations. A hell of a day for you guys. This was not an easy Baja 1000 to win. You guys, probably one of the best battles we've ever seen between the top 5 guys out there, and you brought it home, man. You know how to do it. You came out, you saw, you kicked some ass, you and Chris. Tell me about your day out there. Absolutely insane.
Redemption, that's what it was. Last year was tough, and Christopher and Mike did an awesome job the first half. They never even got out of the truck, and the top 5 guys were within 30 seconds of each other all the way. So when we got in the truck, we knew we had to push a little bit, and Alan was right behind us. And we started running good, and we had about 4 minutes on him. And when we crossed 3 poles, heading up to La Ventana, when we started coming back down towards San Matias, I started feeling a vibration in the front, and it kind of just kept getting worse and worse, and finally the front diff let go. So I had to back it down. We had a bad vibration, so like 85, but we just kept pushing to the finish line. Toby was right there. He got by us for a little bit and then fell back. We got back by him, so my hat's off to Christopher, his whole team, Mike. They killed it that first half just to give me a truck first on the road. Feels really good after last year, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only is it another Baja 1000 win for you, but this is definitely a little more special. And we talk about the super teams, you and Christopher teaming up out here, and this shows what a couple of the top drivers on the planet, when you guys team up, what you could do, because you both could do this by yourself, but it's cool to have such a good teammate. And as you said, that Pavordes did all the chase for you. Normally you have to worry about all the logistics. You might have had a hand in that, but it's really cool to have another first-class team and to drive such a badass truck.
Yeah, it takes a village to win one of these races, and to have 2 teams like ours was unbelievable. They ran his whole pits on his side and then chased us all the way to the finish. And just my hat's off to all the guys out there. We had over 100 people out on course helping us get to the finish line. So Oren did an awesome job. We only had 1 flat tire all day long, which is insane for how rocky this race course was. San Felipe is so rough. I don't want to go back for a long time, but we'll be back there shortly. But, man, this feels so good. Another Baja 1000. This race has eluded me for a long time, and to win a second one feels really good. But my hat's off to Christopher. He drove one heck of a race, man.
And did you guys just split it in half, or did you do a couple drivers' changes?
No, we just split it in half. He drove all the way to the pavement at 460, and then I got in and drove all the way to the finish. So towards the end, I was bummed that it didn't seem like we were going to win this race, but I just put terrain with no dust, how tacky it was. Just what an awesome day. Awesome day.
Just full hookup. It kind of held off. When did it start raining on you coming in?
A little bit after San Matias, it rained a little bit, and then about 50 miles from the finish, it really started coming down quite a bit. But my hat's off. I just got to give everybody Red Bull Toyota tires. 1 flat all day is unbelievable. AMSOIL, Fox shocks. Everybody helps me out. Baja designs lights. Everybody killed it.
And people don't realize, like, it did just flatten out. Sometimes you earn those flats. You guys are pushing so hard now. It's not like it used to be. It used to be like, the attrition rate, you try to kind of hold off, but you guys are wide open. It's a 1,000, well, not 850 miles sprint now. It's like how the San Felipes used to be, because it's so close. As you mentioned, top 5 guys just back and forth.
Yeah, the technology of these Mason Motorsports trucks are unbelievable, and it seems like we're running qualifying pace for 850 miles. So unreal. Like when Christopher was going, he ran a great pace, and the top 5 guys were all within 5 minutes of each other. So it just shows the level of the sport. And if you're not out there doing your homework and making sure you know every single line, you're going to fall back quick, because the pace is unreal.
Well, you and Oren definitely do your homework. Congratulations to you. I'm going to talk to Christopher now, and enjoy that champagne. Enjoy this victory. It's a huge one, and it's your second Baja 1000 win. And Christopher's first. I knew he was going to be even more pumped. We'll talk to him. Great job, Bryce.
Thank you. It's really Christopher and his dad. They're just awesome people, what they're doing for the sport. I feed stuff to it, and just really got to thank them and everybody at SCORE. When I was sitting in San Felipe watching the race on the TV was actually live TV, and then I had my iPad watching in car. It was so cool just to see where our sport's going. Hats off to you guys.
Yeah, and you guys put on a show. It wouldn't be good if we didn't have good drivers. Christopher, come on. Congratulations, brother. Went out there, top qualifier. You do a lot of top qualifying, but this is your first big win. Finally, well overdue. You've had it's always that one little stupid mistake or one problem with the car. You did it. Congrats to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's finally happened. Third time's the charm. But yeah, no, I mean, it's so exciting, especially after last year. Bryce and I, we went into this so, high expectations, and then just heartbroken at 12 miles. So now to be here at the finish line, number one, it's pretty epic.
It's beyond epic. You've won everything, and you've been. I think it's been like at least 4 years you've been racing with us, or 5.
Something like that. I guess I should count.
It's a lot. Well, I just counted. I think it's 4 or 5 for sure. And the effort that you guys put in, as Bryce mentioned right there, that this is your program. You put it together with all of your pit support, and you guys have like over 100 people down here. It takes an army. It's definitely not just the drivers, but the baddest drivers on the planet. You guys got it done.
Yeah, no, the team, the two super teams together has been great. Working with Bryce and his whole team and his dad and Willie, they're all amazing. And so it's pretty cool to see it all pay off. And, it makes it pretty exciting. And for me, it's my dad's birthday, so pretty exciting to get this win for his birthday. But I think most important, I want to give this one to Mike Walsh. He gave me the first opportunity to drive an all-wheel drive trophy truck, and he passed away last month. But He's pretty epic dude, so I know he's watching up above, and I think he's a big part of why we're here today.
Absolutely proud for sure. And, yeah, this is definitely the salsa on the taco for your dad's birthday, too.
Yeah, now it's time to celebrate a little.
Yeah, and I know he kind of nailed his sponsors. You got some separate ones. I know you got some people to thank, your team and your family, everybody. Like I said, it takes an army, not only sponsors, but your team.
Yeah, Optima, Toyo Tires, Method Race Wheels. There's so many of us that, put in this effort. Decked, VP Racing Fuels, K&N Filters. I think everyone it's pretty exciting to be here at the finish. I'm just kind of speechless.
You just proved all of those things for being Baja champions here in the Baja 1000. Congrats, and looking forward to next year. I know you'll be back and be putting in the effort in San Felipe. And people don't realize, like, you just won this, but you're going to go home. It's going to be go time. You guys are going to rip this truck apart, be getting after it. And that's what it's all about. That's how champions are made. And all of your pre-run, we've been following you on social. You always have such good stuff and insight on the course. We love that, too. So keep up the good vibes, the good social media, and keep up winning, brother.
Yeah, we're back. We'll be back for next year for more.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good work, boys.
And that's going to wrap things up. Boy, what a great race here. And I think they really talked about it there at the finish line, both Bryce and Christopher, for the both of you guys. I mean, the first half, 3/4 of this race, it was an absolute dogfight.
Yes.
The top 4 or 5 guys separated by mere seconds.
Yeah, an absolute redemption for them. I mean, from qualifying first to winning today, big difference from last year. Big difference.
Wes, you were watching this battle and really kind of documenting it over there with timing and scoring. Have you seen one that tight for that long?
We've had some tight ones. I don't know that we've had that big of a group stay that close together for that long. But, I mean, that was an amazing race. What a great battle. Yeah, physical, like top 5 trucks didn't change position really till right at the very end. A couple things. I always set up storylines coming into a race. So we talked about the weather. Really wasn't that much of a factor. I think it was way drier than we thought it was. I think it may be later on here for some of the other classes, but it didn't impact the lead trophy trucks the way we thought it would, or the lead bikes. We asked, could Alan sweep? Well, no. He finally mechanical issues caught up with him. He had incredible luck and skill and preparation, I guess, going into this, winning 3 races in a row. but unfortunately, a steering box took them out of contention. Looks like he's still going to finish and get a championship, but not getting that clean sweep like I'm sure he wanted. We had a lot of people coming in Alan's situation where they had won every race in their class. Tyler Lynn, congrats to him and the 7X team. They pulled off the sweep. The 1L with Gus and RJ and then Mike Coleman raced this race with them. Looking like they're going to probably pull off a sweep. Brock Hager, I don't think is going to happen in the pro UTVs. Right now, Caden McCachran's got a pretty good lead. And then the big thing here was Pulvardi and Menzies. Could Pulvardi and Menzies kind of get that monkey off their back after all the bad luck the two of those guys have had? And big props to them because they ran a great race. I think Christopher did exactly what he needed to do. He held physical track position, kept everybody behind him, ran a good pace, but didn't push the truck too hard. So when he handed it over to Bryce, he gave Bryce a perfect truck. And, that paid dividends because Bryce was able to take it to the finish. We still have a good battle for third. We've been talking about it being Dan McMillan and Max Gordon. Apparently Andy McMillan has gotten back in. So it's actually Andy and Max that are dicing it out. That one's going to come down to the wire, and that's going to determine who ends up taking home third in that last podium spot. And then just I want to really thank all of the drivers that took the time to call in and do Zoom calls with us. I think that really adds to the show. I love hearing feedback from drivers as they're right about to get into a vehicle or right after they got out. And thank you to those guys. All the fans out there, I hope you guys enjoy this show. I think it's really come a long way with all this in-car. This is really something that's fun to watch and enjoy working with you guys too, man.
Yeah, it's been a great night, for sure. And as you talked about before, hats off to that team. Well, for all of our fans at home, by the way, we're going to wrap things up here, but there's a finish line cam. You can go onto SCORE International, their YouTube channel, and keep an eye on the finish line cam if you want to watch some more people come across the stripe. And obviously the live time and scoring tracking, all that is going to be up and running until the end of this race. So we're just going to wrap things up here. But we certainly are glad that you joined us here. I want to thank Brandon Johnson, John Griffin, Nick LaPaglia, doing a great job of kicking things off here today. Jason Hurd, thanks for all your help, man, your expertise. Couldn't do it without you. Wes, man, phenomenal, dude. You're an Iron Man. You're a beast, dude, standing over there the entire race and never took a break. So thanks for all that you do as well, man. It's been a great run. Awesome stuff here. So for everybody at home, we hope you enjoyed all the great racing action. It is certainly one of the most prestigious races on the planet. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you all the action. For the entire staff here, they did an outstanding job. Tough conditions to go out there and bring the pictures and the videos back so that everybody can watch it at home, and it only gets better every single year. It's been a pleasure working with them, an honor to be part of such a prestigious race and this great production group as well. Hope you enjoyed all the great racing action. I'm Ken Stout. We'll see you next time for the 59th running of the BFGoodrich Tires SCORE Baja 1000. Till then, we'll see you next year.
views are earned. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to taser Leah's pocket. Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
Chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.